Nigeria, we hail thee, our own dear native land. Though tribe and tongue may differ, in brotherhood we stand. Nigerians old and proud to serve our sovereign motherland.
Thank you very much. Okay, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Zubaida Abiola, Senior Program Associate at NGF. It is my pleasure to welcome you all here to the NGF's flagship Digital Public Infrastructure, PLE. Now, I will attempt to establish protocols for everyone else to stand on. First and foremost, I would like to welcome the DG of the NGF. He is not presently here, but he is represented. Mr. Uche Anwu, Country Director, Gates Foundation, Nigeria Office. Mr. Olusegun Adesokon, the Executive Secretary of the Joint Tax Board. He will also be representing the Executive Chairman of the FIRS and also the Chairman of the JTB. Dr. Nuruddin Abubakar Zauro, welcome, good morning. The Technical Advisor to the President on Economic and Financial Inclusion, the representative of NIMSI, the representative of NITDA, the Managing Director of NIBS, the National Commissioner of the NDPC, the MD of Galaxy Backbone, our numerous honorable commissioners present, and our executive chairman of the Internal Revenue Services. In line with the NGF's values of excellence and peer learning, we have convened here today mainly to launch the flagship DPI indices for states, which were designed to scale collective action for DPI adoption in two areas. The first being the Digital Public Infrastructure Index, which reports the level of DPI adoption at the state level, covering areas such as policy and regulation, infrastructure, programs, and foundational DPI pillars such as digital ID, payments, and data exchange. The index focuses on three main areas: enabling environment, building blocks, and delivery of public services. The second area is the Intelligent Revenue Authority Index, which focuses on how DPI can deliver functional and service-oriented revenue administration for tax and at state level. It assesses the digital maturity of revenue administrations against 9 indicators: user onboarding, compliance verification and validation, estimation, payment validation, acknowledgement, system reminders, human resource capacity, data security, and data management. The aim of this event is to bring the heads of the digital agencies and revenue authorities of all 36 states and the Federal Capital Territory, as well as the key federal institutions at the forefront of DPI adoption in Nigeria, not only to launch this indices, but as the theme of our peer learning event, exchange ideas and share knowledge on not only how we got here, but also how to move this forward. To begin with, I'd like to invite the Chief Program Officer, Shina Ayatola, to give the welcome address on behalf of the DG of the NGF.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Shina Ayatola, and I will be reading out the speech of the Director General of the Nigerian Governors Forum Secretariat, who is unavoidably absent this morning, but sends his warm regards. I'll be standing on existing protocols. On behalf of the NGF, I'm delighted to welcome you to our flagship Digital Public Infrastructure Peer Learning event. Our new DPI workstream has expanded the pool of primary stakeholders that we work with beyond the ministries of finance and the revenue authorities of states. And this is evident by the diverse stakeholders that we have in the room today. We're honored to host critical federal institutions and their leadership, whose mandate and expertise are vital to building a cohesive DPI ecosystem for the country. The presence of such a distinguished gathering underscores the collaborative spirit of these persons. I'd also like to welcome our long-term partners who have worked with us since the first peer learning event in 2015, and that is the Gates Foundation and the Executive Secretary of the Joint Tax Board, Mr. Olusegun Adesokan, who will join us much later. We welcome the commissioners, directors, executive chairmen, and special advisors from the states and the Federal Capital Territory, as well as colleagues from the Federal Inland Revenue Service. Building and sustaining collaborative activities such as this is fundamental to the success of the work that we do. So I'll just provide background and context. This event is the 9th edition of our National Peer Learning event, with this year's program dedicated to the transformational role of DPI in public finance and public service delivery. I'm proud of the enduring footprint of our PLEs over the last 10 years and how this legacy ties into this new stream of support for state governments. Today's event has two main objectives. The first objective is to launch the 2 DPI readiness reports for states based on a year-long study of the readiness and maturity levels of all 36 state governments and the FCT. The second objective is to foster crucial federal-state collaborations, which I think is very important, strategic discussions, and peer-to-peer exchange on Nigeria's DPI agenda. This event is a key initiative of our Digital Domestic Revenue Mobilization Initiative, launched last year to support domestic revenue mobilization reforms at the subnational level through the promotion of DPI. The initiative is founded on the transformative role that open, accessible, and interoperable digital systems play in accelerating public finance reforms for governments and the provision of service delivery for citizens. So why DPI? Nigeria stands among other developing countries on the fast lane, where embracing digital transformation is no longer a choice for all governments, but an absolute necessity, where we must leverage technology to enhance public administration, public financial management, and service delivery for our citizens. Inspired by global successes in countries like India and Estonia, we believe that traditional digitalization can be improved upon with greater cost effectiveness, reduced silos, and enhanced scalability. Crucially, it can and must be citizen-centric, equitable, and inclusive. For our digital transformation authorities, DPI provides an enabling environment to rapidly scale up public-facing services. For our revenue authorities, it is an emerging foundational pillar for the collection and management of all government income. All 3 pillars, digital identity, digital payment, and digital exchange systems, can help deliver better experiences at all government service points. Today and tomorrow, we gather to present findings of our work over the last year and to foster peer learning and collective action among states and with our federal partners. This is an opportunity to discuss the findings from our DPI and RIA tools, which our team developed in close collaboration with Microsave Consulting, whose international experience has been invaluable to the work. You will also hear directly from federal partners on crucial DPI elements like digital identity as a foundational DPI, DPI inclusion and safeguards, digital payments, data sharing and interoperability, and rights and trust. Your active participation in these sessions, your questions, and your experiences will be instrumental in forging a plan going forward. Your contribution on what works and what hinders progress, especially in areas such as DPI policy development, digital governance, state capacity, fiscal management, and the delivery of vital public services, we can design an engagement plan with governors and a broader assistance program for states. Fortunately, the reports that will be launched today include customized DPI roadmaps for each state to help states tailor their digital transformation journey to their context and aspirations. I hope this leads to more dialogues and long-term peer-to-peer exchanges. Thank you for your presence and commitment. With my utmost goodwill, Dr. Abduldasteef Shitu. Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you, Shina. We'll get right into the next presentation, or the first presentation of the day. To deliver the background presentation titled DPI Indexing for Nigerian States, I welcome Mr. David Nabena.
Good morning, everyone. Because of the audience here, I won't need to reel out statistics because we have the authorities here already. We have the chairman of the revenue authorities and the commissioners or DGs or heads of ICT agencies. But perhaps I'll start with two premises which this slide shows. One is we have low levels of domestic resource mobilization across governments, whether federal, states, and local governments. Whether we look at our tax to GDP, low. Debt service to revenue, high. Internet penetration is also quite low. So that's the second premise. Digitalization in Nigeria is fragmented. So if we look at Nigeria's performance in sub-Saharan Africa for revenue, it's one of the lowest in terms of our tax revenue. If we look at our UN e-Government Development Index, our performance is also quite low, 0.39, below the average of 0.42, and even lower than the sub-Saharan Africa average. Regional leaders in Africa, South Africa is 0.86. So that's more than twice our performance. Ghana is 0.63, nearly twice our performance as well. So these are the two premises that I would like to start this presentation with. One, revenue problem as a result of low level of domestic resource mobilization. And the second, fragmented digitalization. For revenue, this slide just gives us an idea of what we mean by a revenue problem and also a fragmented revenue problem as well. So you see the slide, the pie chart. This is revenues generated between 2018 and 2023. So over a 6-year period, you will see that 15 states accounted for 85% of 1.1 trillion. So between 2018 and 2023, state governments generated 1.1 trillion. Out of that total, 15 states accounted for 85% of that. And Lagos accounted for nearly 40%. So you see, in terms of revenue performance, some states are way at the back. If you look at the second chart on the right, it looks at the compound annual growth rate of revenues. Again, 16 states recorded growth above the average of 16%. But if you look closely, actually, some states actually recorded decline in revenue over this period. So while some states recorded growth as high as 40% over the period, like Jigawa, some states recorded a decline. State governments are facing similar challenges where fiscal expansion has been fragmented and concentrated in less than half of the states. And from our evidence and our reports later on, you'll see that technology has been a significant driver of growth. capturing previously lost revenues, and easing payments and reporting. Now, these are some of the common challenges we have in our revenue administration system. We have many digitalization processes going on, but many of them lack rules-based processing and enforcement of turnaround time. So these are really the summary issues that we have. Whether you look at revenue, for onboarding, for TIN, for registration, for taxpayers, whether individuals, business, or government entities, onboarding is still mainly manual. And for many of them, it's also not integrated with NIN. And I'll come to that during the course of the presentation. Manual verification and approval, because you don't have a digitalized onboarding system, verification is also manual. And when we have manual processes, there's also increased scope for human error. Lack of defined SOP and TAT. TCCs are not automatically generated. Manual generation of payment receipts. I think this challenge is not for the majority because many states have implemented payment systems that are automated. So with an automated payment system, you also have automated systems for receipting as well. I think the biggest challenge is when we look at onboarding. But overall, lack of transparency in revenue administration. There's been some work at the federal level to address that with the Fiscal Policy and Tax Reform Committee, the new tax bill, the Data for Tax Initiative for JTB. So these are some of the issues initiating to address these challenges. When we look at the digitalization side of it, digital infrastructure, identity systems, and platforms supporting policies and institutions are also highly fragmented. So we can look at this in three lenses. One, infrastructure. Infrastructure for a state, urban versus rural. Some states can be classified as urban states. States like Lagos and Abuja, where they have more advanced digital public services compared to some states that we would also classify as rural states. So you see that there's also segmentation in terms of infrastructure access and provision, internet connectivity, electricity. Rural areas with limited internet connectivity are recording improvement. So we're seeing the use of POS and USSD codes in some states, not the majority. But if you look at preparedness as well, so the capacity of the government or the know-how of the government at the state and local government level, some states have implemented e-governance platforms, states like Lagos, Ekiti, Ondo, and Edo, to enhance service delivery through technology. But these are also siloed. It's not across government. It isn't interoperable. We'll come to that as well. The third area is on digital ecosystem, where we have an entrepreneurship environment to drive digitalization, venture capital firms, and digital startups. We also see that concentrated in a few states. So in a summary, if we look at revenue side, there are some conclusions. Infrastructure side, there are also some conclusions. These are two examples of fragmentation as well in digital infrastructure. So on the left side, NIN registration per state, you see some states have gone 83%, 72%, 70%, 67%. So the high percentage of the population is already enrolled. And when you have an infrastructure like that, you can latch on other initiatives of digitalization. And that's when NIN linkage becomes even more relevant, because if you're talking about linking NIN with other digital systems, if your NIN coverage is as low as 25%, that's not much progress. On the right side, we're looking at the fiber optic coverage as well. So Lagos on top, Edo and FCT in terms of fiber optic coverage versus states at the bottom. If you look at these two charts, there are similarities. You find states at the top, all right? On the left side with high NIN penetration, they're also at the top on the right side. So FCT and Lagos is on top on both graphs. But if you look at the second side of it, Ebonyi and Bayelsa at the bottom of both graphs. So there's also some correlation between your infrastructure environment and NIN coverage. So this is a summary of some of the challenges we looked at impacting technology integration. One, For identification and verification, lack of a single source of truth. So if you have multiple databases, which is the main one that ensures, okay, this is a master record where we'll verify the identity of a personnel, the address of a personnel, that's still a big issue. Poor interoperability, I talked about this. Lack of an information highway. I think this is where the digital authorities here play a major role. One agency that can drive information flow across multiple MDAs. And in some jurisdictions, they have this. They have a Ministry of Information Technology that collects all of this data and has the law and the legal framework, administrative framework to share data across multiple MDAs, whether for tax purposes, whether for provision of government services, for all government service points. No information highway, that's a big challenge. Lack of real-time monitoring. For payments, that's a concern. For flow of funds from the government to beneficiaries, it leads to accountability issues and, of course, trust. There are institutional factors as well, limited skills and capacity within government agencies. We also have bureaucratic processes, administrative bottlenecks. I'm sure you're well aware of it. You're driving these institutions yourself. Difficulty in reaching remote and undeserved areas. This is also one big problem area. So this is really setting the stage of why we're doing the work that we're doing. So why DPI? Why not just digitalization, and what does it mean for PFM? So I'd like to define two concepts here: digital public infrastructure, which is the essence of today's meeting, and digital public goods. On one side, DPI, like my colleagues have already talked about, looks at the three foundational pillars: digital IDs, so digital identity for individuals or any user, as the case may be. We also have digital payments, real-time payments, not payments that can be tracked real-time, but also data exchange system. I talked earlier about information highway. How do we share data on a real-time basis? And how do we provide the infrastructure for sharing data such that digitalization isn't siloed, which we see currently? So that's what DPI is. DPI, that's the difference between DPI and digitalization. It has building blocks that other digitalization initiatives run on. DPGs is more around the SDGs: open systems, open data, open content. And usually you would have a set of criteria to be considered a DPG. But this, for DPGs, that's the UN framework of what we consider a DPG. The next slide is a summary. I've just put this in here for future reference. This just shows us some of the difference between digitalization as we know it traditionally and DPIs as we are discussing today. So one may be owned by private companies or driven by private companies, that's digitalization. But for DPI, it's usually owned by the government or multi-stakeholders. Functionality as well, you look at spreadsheet databases versus registries. A database is siloed to an institution, to an MDA, but registries are interoperable. You can share your registries and you can share the data linked to them. Scalability is also a distinct feature between digitalization and DPI. One is limited to a specific audience. The other is built to scale nationally or statewide, and it addresses the needs of a broad group of stakeholders. Interoperability, I've discussed this as well. One is closed, the other one is seamless for multiple sectors, multiple systems. I think security, privacy, and governance are also key features. One is provided by a provider that follows a corporate standard, that's digitalization, right? But for DPI, we're looking at a robust open standard rather than following a corporate standard. So these are some distinctions. And here at the bottom, we have some examples of what you call a digital system. Microsoft Office is a digital system. So if you have a Microsoft Office, your MDA, It serves the need of your MDA, but it's digitalization. But when you have something different that serves the need of multiple MDAs, like what my colleagues have talked about, India and X-Road in Estonia, those are some examples when you have the building blocks, foundations that you can share. So in summary, these are the three main key pillars: digital IDs, payment system, and data exchange. For Nigeria, I think we've moved significantly for the first two pillars. Where we have the biggest challenges on the third one, on data exchange. We have 120 million Nigerians already with an NIN. So with that NIN, you probably don't need to register any user for any service. You can just pull that data and use the data linked to a sector DPI. So you can, for example, use an NIN to register an individual for TIN or for social insurance or even for an agri program, rather than registering them all over again. That eliminates the need for you to have multiple identities, and also it reduces the cost of registering again and going through the administrative burden. For the payment system, I think we've also done significantly well. NIPS is doing a lot of work in that area, providing the infrastructure for real-time payments in Nigeria. Data exchange, like I said, is where the biggest challenge is. How do we ensure that government information can be shared and used, right, without agencies trying to build systems that are still siloed? It's huge cost, huge administrative burden. But we also recognized, beyond looking at the three pillars of DPI, physical infrastructure also has a major role to play in how you drive this. And I think the earlier slide that I shared indicated that already, where I talked about Lagos and FCT and some states that have the ecosystem that helps facilitate DPIs. So electricity, 61% of the population only covered. Internet, that's a lot better, 94%. But when you look at the internet type, so whether 2G, 3G, 4G, or 5G, that's where we have discrepancies. Fiber, 91,000 kilometers of fiber across states. So these are some fundamental infrastructure services that helps build the infrastructure pathway. I talked earlier about DPI as a foundational infrastructure. So this infograph kind of illustrates that. The three, IDs, payments, and data sharing, trusted data sharing, it helps power. So if you have an identity of an individual, you can really know where their address is, who they are. Then you can move them into like a health program or an education program or any other program that the government is interested in. So with your foundational DPI, these three systems in place, you can also build programs specific to sectors. My colleagues too would also discuss that in the report. So we've talked about the background, why we're here. We've talked about DPI providing some concept and understanding. The next few slides will talk about the program itself, what NGF is doing and how we started this work. We launched this program last year, sometime in June. So it's about a year now, exactly a year, because we're still in June. And it covers three areas: research, advocacy, and technical assistance. The research component is part of the report that we'll be launching today, which is really to collect information of what we know already, the readiness of states to implement DPIs, and also your capabilities as well. The second component, also similar to today's objective, advocacy. Why is it important? How can we engage with the principal implementers who are in front of us? And of course, what is the role for other players, whether it's the executive, the governors, other stakeholders in the room. And after this first phase of work, we'll also go into technical assistance, where we'll provide specific demand-based TA and see how we can also attract support from development partners to states, because we know that the reason why we haven't built our digital system this far and why it's fragmented, obviously, there are reasons. One, you need the political support. It's also quite expensive. But I would say DPIs are less expensive than our traditional digitalization as we know it. So part of our work would be to engage with the federal players who are in the room, with the governors, with the federal government. The Ministry of Digital Economy is doing a lot of work on DPI as well. But at the federal level, how can we ensure that no state is left behind? So this is our theory of change: research, advocacy, and TA. And the outcomes would be multiple. So whether in terms of policies at the federal level or mainstreaming them with the state level policies, or we look at digital governance, establishing data security standards, a lot of work NITDA is doing, streamlining that with the national and state level data security and standards. Digital literacy capacity building is also a big issue, because unless you have the capacity to drive some of this agenda, you would still mainly contract this out to consultants. So when it's contracted to a consultant, you might have a wonderful system, but you're not using the full potential because you really don't have the knowledge to maximize it. And our results will show that our results show that many states, you would see states with very good, very high scores in DPI, but they scored low in terms of your real outcomes because they had the system, but they are not really using them. Fiscal management is also obviously an important factor. Improved revenue generation based on the fragmentation I talked about earlier, where 16 states account for 85% of our revenues generated in the last 6 years. Public service delivery, yes, the users are as important as the technology. How do we ensure that there's increased efficiency, accessibility, and responsiveness? And how can we streamline this to a number of sectors, whether education, healthcare, and social welfare? So there are a number of sectors we've specifically isolated for this work that would be presented at a later stage. This is a summary of all of the work we've done. We've done secondary research where we looked at the policies in Nigeria. We've also looked at all of the publications on digitalization, like I presented earlier. We've done a snapshot of that. We also consulted with a number of stakeholders from government MDAs at the federal and state level, private technology and digital service providers, and we did some consultations also with the global DPI community, because there's a lot of work going on globally that we need to infuse into the Nigeria context. We also developed 2 tools, the DPI tool for statewide digital transformation. That's why we have the digital authorities here. The Intelligent Revenue Authority tool focuses functionally for revenue authorities who have been our primary constituents for, I would say, over the last decade, because this is like the 9th PLE. We collected data after we administered these tools to states in January. We had a workshop in this room where we talked about the tools. We put states through the tools before administering the tools. Then with the tools, we collected the information from states and we were able to assess, analyze that data, and now we have a maturity level index for all states, so you know where you are and what you fit into, whether high maturity, medium maturity, low maturity. But beyond that, we've also defined a roadmap for each grouping and for each state to move from one level to another. The assessment areas, primarily 3: enabling environment, building blocks, delivery of public services. At the DPI level, for revenue administration, we have specific about 9 indicators that we're assessing. And this is a summary of this timeline that I just discussed. We have some deliverables that we've also provided, from the tools to the reports today to the PLE. Then after this event, phase 2 will start with TA to states, based obviously on their maturity level. This slide provides a link between digitalization and PFM. All right, and I talked about it earlier, single source of truth. A digital system where one primary database provides that master information for authenticating data. That's crucial in terms of, for any kind of digitalization purpose. Observability, and there's a difference between monitoring and observing data. For monitoring data, perhaps if there's a fire in this room, the alarm goes on to tell us that there's a problem. But when we talk about observability, we're looking beyond just one alarm. We're observing multiple data to collect metadata to analyze information. DPI should be able to do that. Just-in-time strategy, we talked about this earlier, real-time information, real-time payments, and demonopolizing access. So how do we ensure that public services are provided in a way that it reduces administrative burden? So if you go to any MDA, you provide one identity, and they're able to pull out your information. Instead of you to fill out a form, you have all of the data from that identity to provide a service. I would end with this slide, which summarizes all of our work. And in this instance, we focused on one key PFM objective, which is to improve tax compliance and revenue mobilization. It can be applied for any of the objectives of government. But when we look at the principles of digitalization in PFM, you would see that whether it means optimizing government services or service delivery or procurement or institutional accountability, there's always one pool that the objective serves. I think, yes, so this is my final slide. I'll come back later to discuss in more detail the tool. I'll hand over to my colleagues. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, David, for setting the background for today's event. Next, I have the honor of introducing the technical advisor to the President on Economic and Financial Inclusion, Dr. Nuruddin Abubakar Zauro, who will be giving us a presentation titled Accelerating Financial Inclusion through DPI. Let me bring up the... Yeah, it's here, so you can just press. Change.
Good morning, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Where do I start from? Can I just say, permit me to stand on the existing protocol, isn't it? I think that is possibly the best way to start. All right, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much once again, and welcome everyone in this room. You know that everybody in this room is considered a very important personality to support this national initiative being championed by Nigerian Governors Forum. One thing in the mindset is that everybody belongs to one state or local government, and that is subnational. That is why whatever is being done at the national level does not necessarily have a global impact without consideration of subnational. That is why the combination of the people here becomes very, very important. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, as you can see right there on the board, I'm going to speak you through very briefly, of course, because of the time constraint, but I just want to run through what you call this topic, accelerating economic and financial inclusion through digital public infrastructure. DPI is actually the topic of today's discussion. And this is owing to the fact that, this administration plays a very, very important role for economic and financial inclusion, and of course, the potential it has in transforming the initiatives of this administration in order to achieve the renewed hope agenda of Mr. President. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, this page speaks to just the highlight of the landscape, economic and financial inclusion landscape. When you're talking about the number of the people who are financially excluded, the last report that was presented in December 2023 shows that 74% of Nigerians are excluded. Out of this number, 64% are banked, while 10% are informally served. So that means that 26%, which if you quantify it will give you somewhere around more than 30 million Nigerians, are still operating outside the formal financial sector of this country. In terms of insurance, we have low impact, I think about 3.1 insurance penetration. of which, health insurance itself speaks to about 5%, and we also with access to, credit products, looking at the banking sector, looking at the complexities and all that. So what I'm trying to say here is that what we are seeing here on your board speaks to actually the opportunities as well as the challenges that speaks within this economic and financial inclusion space. That is why DPI is very, very important for us to get to the target. And what is the target? Remember, we set a target of 80% by 2020. It was shifted to 95% by 2024. As we are today, that issue is actually being reviewed. This page is just giving you just a bit of a highlight of some of the initiatives across different sectors at the federal and, of course, some at the state level, but majority of them are at the national level. Speaking to initiatives rolled out by this administration, of course, by the government, right from the past administration to the current administration, most of which speaks to supporting the economic and financial inclusion, as well as, DPI being one of the critical platforms that enhances access to formal financial services as well as economic opportunities, which we refer to as economic inclusion. So as you can see, I don't think, there are quite a number actually, but these are all, most of them are known initiatives. There's a particular target I have, so when you have it, I'm sure you're also going to have access to the presentation so that you can also go into a lot more details. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, one of the key challenges that lead to this administration to make some robust changes is actually being summarized on this slides. What am I trying to say? When this, when you talk about financial inclusion, speaking to access to financial services, opening an account, rolling out, enrolling on NIN number, BVN, and all of that. So you are now into the formal financial sector. But this administration feels that there's a need to bring the two together, economic inclusion, financial inclusion, because economic inclusion is the enabler to financial inclusion. When you open an account, you have nothing to do with the account, you are not working, you don't have money, you don't have income, regular income, then what the hell is that account there for? So for sustainability, that is why bringing the two together so that the thinking of government should be what are those initiatives that we can put in place in order to support the last mile so that when he eventually becomes financially included, then he can now be sustainable. That is why also one of the critical sector is this DPI that is the topic of discussion. I think my role here on this floor is to do the linkages between how DPI can support and of course enhance economic and financial inclusion, which is one of the very important priority of this administration as critically enshrined in the renewed hope agenda of Mr. President. I'm sure when you look at the 8 items, you will see on the bottom, access to capital, inclusivity. I think that speaks very clearly of the intention. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, you can see this kind of initiatives, this kind of challenges identified are multidimensional. Some are demand side, of course, from the consumer, from the users and all of that, supply side in terms of the banks and other financial service providers, as well as even the development partners that are trying to close certain gaps within the economic inclusion space, while some are enablers. Enablers, in just like DPI that we're discussing today, makes it possible for economic and financial inclusion imperative of this administration to, of course, thrive. So I think the challenges are quite there, which has been, a lot of them have been highlighted by the previous speaker as well. So the key areas of concern among these issues which were highlighted in the previous, slides, we're talking about operational efficiency, strategic coordination, inclusive leadership, and political will. What are we trying to say here? We are saying here is that in terms of the intensity and, of course, the enormity of these challenges, this one actually stands out. So because of that, it becomes a problem, it becomes a priority for this administration to ensure that we take the leadership, especially the way we operationalize all these issues at the State House, at the presidential level, to ensure that it also trickles down to the subnational. That is why our relationship, our partnership with NGF has been, right from day one. The NGF, they are also part of the technical team, of this, initiative from the presidency. And at the same time, we have some governors from North and from South, I think precisely Enugu State as well as Kaduna State, who are also representing the subnational. But that does not stop there, because initially, our initiatives, I am quite excited I'm here. At least all the people here are my constituency people. What am I trying to say? I mean, most of these initiatives we are planning to come towards the state level so that we can partner. So I'm just so excited that Nigerian Governors Forum, has offered me that platform so that I can easily reach any state that we are navigating through. We can easily reach out to the relevant people so that we can partner in the implementation of this administration's policies and programs at that level. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, this is only talking about the hierarchy of economic and financial inclusion as it affects the DPI, which is, of course, the topic of discussion. But the nitty-gritty of all this is talking about all this supply side, demand side, and all that, and how they do the linkages. I found a lot, especially in the previous speaker, which he did mention. I'm actually in a little bit of, I'm speeding up a bit because there's a particular section I want to get to so that I can pause a bit, and also mindful of the moderator's time given. So, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the key aspect of it, I would like to pause here. I would like to see, when you look at the linkages with, this is the renewed hope agenda of Mr. President, 8 items there, which I have mentioned: access to capital, inclusivity, and all other aspects, anti-corruption, food security, blah, 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 all of them. So now, when this administration came on board, they now created this initiative, and of course, they created a desk in the State House where, by his grace, I was also playing a similar role in Central Bank of Nigeria, where I was also the technical advisor on financial inclusion, and I was opportune to be given this opportunity to serve as the secretary to the board of this, because a board has, presidential committee has been inaugurated precisely on February 10th, 2025, and previously last year, 2024, ASO Accord on Economic and Financial Inclusion was issued by administration. What does that intend to achieve? That is ASO Accord. Basically, they intend to achieve 3 things. Number 1 is recognizing the importance of economic and financial inclusion under this administration, under the renewed hope agenda of Mr. President, which is the national blueprint. And then secondly is also commitment of this administration to support that. That is why initiatives around this, like DPI, that has been the topic of discussion today, becomes a very, very important pillar in that regard. And finally is partnership and collaboration among all these stakeholders. That is why you, especially those from various states of the Federation, becomes very, very important, because whatever we do at the national level, when you roll out policies, initiatives, and programs, they really they make no sense if they don't trickle down to the subnational level. And that's why your role is always very important. So after, after pushing up that, at the national level with the ASO Accord, then coming up with the presidential initiative, then a lot of other initiatives are being done. Like I said, partnership. Within this partnership space, we also have about 3 dimensions to that. Within the private sector, we expect them to also partner among themselves. That's what we call private-private partnership. Within the public sector, which is of course something like what we are doing today, public sector and another public sector institution also need to come together and collaborate and partner for delivery of result. And again, now public and then private sector partnership. So this is important because this administration believes that this is not something they can do alone. There is a need for partnership with especially the private sector and development partners. I could remember December 4, 2024, last year, we convened Development Partners Roundtable, and I am quite excited that a lot of development partners, they are also here in the room. They have been very, very supportive, especially in the implementation of policies and programs to ensure support in this regard. And I can also see our friends here, NIDA. NIDA has been driving some of this. In fact, the DG NIDA, he chairs our technical committee because we are leveraging technology. And today, I know that one of the things we'll be talking about in DPI space is about technology, right? So they play a very important role. So what we are saying here is that financial inclusion, which basically affects the banking sector, access to financial services, economic inclusion, speaking to the fiscal sector in terms of economic opportunities like social investment and many other programs. But what we are saying here is that DPI also speaks to data exchange, identity, as well as the payment system. So all these put together, they now arrive somewhere because the target is to support the last mile, right? That last mile, that poor and vulnerable Nigerians at the bottom of the pyramid, which is situated in local government or state government at the subnational, that is exactly the whole target. So this administration is saying that we are putting heads together to see how can we fight this common enemy. And that common enemy is no more than poverty as well as exclusion. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, so within this, as you can see, With the inputs, bringing together these policies and programs as well as the initiatives, then these are the expected outcomes, right? For example, number one on these outcomes, you can see having a robust, platform for G2P initiative. What are we saying? G2P, that is social investment, government to people. Recently, I'm sure, we held a technical committee meeting where the topic of discussion was about accelerating disbursement of this national conditional cash transfer, which was promised by Mr. President to support about 15 million households. I'm sure it was on air, everybody see that. But the question is, why did it take time? Because the funds are actually there, they are pretty much available. But it took a very long time for us to move forward because those people at the last mile, a lot of them, they are excluded. What are we saying? They do not have even the common identity, which is one of the critical factors to support the DPI. You saw the table being displayed by the previous speaker, which is a very, very damning. So I think it is your duty when you get back to your respective state to come up with those kind of initiatives, that will enhance people awareness for them to actually come together to open this, to open an account, of course, whether through wallet or whatever it is, and also get enrolled within number so that they can be easily be identified. I know quite a lot of our people could be saying, no, government, and all of that, but just for you to know that there are lots of opportunities for you to belong to the activities of government. So this in itself has a lot of impact on economic and financial inclusion through this digital public infrastructure. Ladies and gentlemen, so now, after the presidential committee was inaugurated, we now have a presidential committee secretariat, which we call PRESIFI, Presidential Committee on Economic and Financial Inclusion Secretariat, which by His grace I am the head of that secretariat within the Office of the Vice President. So what we're trying to say here is that our role, in terms of the implementation of policies and program coordination of all these initiatives that we are talking about is what we have been displayed on the screen. Our approach is also right from the problem that has been identified, which we speak to quite a lot of them, in terms of we have different policies and programs which are currently fragmented across. So it is our duty now to bring together, to now see whether it is locally or internationally, how can we domesticate those policies and programs or initiatives of various, both at subnational and national level, both the public and private sector. I can give you an example. On 30th January, we conveyed project #She's Included. What is the She's Included is all about? It's about gender inclusion, because we know among the 5 key identified gaps within the financial inclusion space, which are, number 1 is gender, number 2 is age, that is the age bracket 18 to 35, they have more exclusion. Then we also have rural, urban, the people in the rural area, they have less access to financial services compared to those in the urban areas. Then we have MSMEs, they also have less access to financial services. And finally, we also have regional issues where we have Northwest and Northeast, they constituted more of exclusion bracket. So what we are trying to say here is that when we hosted that initiative in January 30th, what it achieved was bringing together all the policies and programs, initiatives of government to support gender, to support women, across the entire, and we try to create a dashboard in which we will now be able to monitor all the contributions, both the public and private sector, both the national and subnational level, in order to give an idea to government, where are the areas that government need to come in, where do we need to do more. So I think it is our duty at the secretariat level to make certain recommendations, and that is why our reporting line is the National Economic Council, where every state is a member and is being led by the Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the way we are structured, of course, we have I've just mentioned National Economic Council headed by the VP. Then we also have the governance, we have GovCo, that is a governance committee within the PRESIFI Secretariat. The composition of that is headed by the Vice President, deputized by Minister of Finance. We also have membership by the National Security Advisor, Central Bank Governor. I have mentioned 2 governors to represent subnationals, one from South, one from North. We also have the Deputy Chief of Staff President, and then with myself as the Secretary of that council. We also have a Minister of Humanitarian because of the enormity of the kind of support, as well as the Minister of Digital Economy because of the kind of support in terms of infrastructure, including the digital public infrastructure that is the topic of today's discussion. And distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we also have technical committee being chaired by the Director General of NIDA. We also have NIMSI guy has just walked in because of very important role the NIMSI boss and the team has been very, very supportive, as well as the NGF and many other structures. So that is the composition of the technical committee. It is their duty to do the technical brainstorming and come up with policies, recommendations there. Then finally, we have the secretariat, which I am heading the secretariat as a technical advisor to President on economic and financial inclusion. So the mode of operation, please, I'm speeding up because time is not our friend anymore. I think the essence is just to give you a highlight of the linkage between digital public infrastructure as well as economic and financial inclusion, which is one of the priority area of this administration. You know, the mandate, we collaborate with mandate agencies, national, subnationals, which we are all having everybody in here. We also have development partners as well as private sector investors that come together. Quite a lot of initiatives we are currently hosting. For example, in August, we are hosting an international engagement in Canada as well as in China. The aim here is that we have quite a lot of governors who are participating in the event in order to do the connect, in order to source and, of course, secure the investment, especially the foreign investors who are interested in coming into this space in Nigeria for the investment in order to support and deepen the financial sector of this country. The ultimate aim, you know the slogan of Mr. President, the target of Mr. President is achieving the $1 trillion economy by the year 2030. I know it's quite ambitious, but it's achievable. It's only achievable with your support, my support, and everybody's support. And that's exactly what we believe, that this is something that is on our desk on a daily basis, and we have to work it out. Thank you so much, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. We talked about the roadmap, which just, I'm not going to stay here. You know, the objectives is here, implementation plan, then the funding approach, just to make it flexible, you know, for this administration to be able to deliver on its mandate as it has promised to you way back in 2023, and I can assure you we are still going to promise you, because we will achieve that target, especially when you do what you did in 2023 in 2027. I'm not doing politics, but I'm being factual. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, this is just the highlight of some of the initiatives we've done within the secretariat. So some of them are quite out there in the public space, just to see the linkage and, of course, support within this DPI space, how it in fact on the economic and financial inclusion space of this our dear country. Distinguished gentle ladies and gentlemen, let me pause here. I think that is my last slides. I think it's about call to action. Okay, so within the political space, I think it is the duty of the political leaders, just as exemplified by this administration, to show the commitment and support, you know, to ensure that policies and programs within this space are being, encouraged. For example, some weeks back, I think I hosted a national workshop within which we are working on enhancing the trust, consumer trust, you understand, in support of, for sustainable economic and financial inclusion. What exactly are we talking about? We are saying that no matter the policies and programs that you implemented at the government level, if that innocent young man, the cocoa, the kose seller in the village, the akara seller and all of that, if they don't subscribe into that initiative, the whole policy, the whole initiative is just nothing, right? So that is why there is a need for you to put in place those systems that will enhance trust. Within the trust space, we have redress mechanisms. If an innocent young man takes his POS and took it in POS machine to withdraw 1,000 naira, maybe to go and buy whatever he want to buy, for goodness sake, if the money hangs somewhere there, how fast? It's natural for this thing to happen. It has to happen. Do you understand? In terms of, but the redress mechanisms, how fast can you be able to address his concern? Remember, 1,000 for the last mile might be 10 million or even more than that, to someone, isn't it? So therefore, it is the duty of responsibility of government, as, it is the duty of government actually to provide an enabling environment for all of this, right? Because we said government has no business in doing business, but we have to provide an enabling environment, for all these initiatives and policies to thrive, right? So within this space, we have to ensure that the rapid response, redress mechanism, complaints management, and other initiatives, including from the judiciary, for example, there's even small claims courts. There are some certain issues that can happen, like a dispute among maybe between bank and the innocent young man. It could be just an alternative dispute resolution. If it is something that you have to wait for him to take, to hire a lawyer, for goodness sake, he does not have the money. So therefore, at the end of the day, he will just have to brush it out. So how do you expect that innocent young man to trust what you are doing at the center? That's not possible, right? So distinguished ladies and gentlemen, what we are saying here is that government is actually putting or enhancing or reviewing existing policies and see how can we enhance those policies and programs to support, to restore the confidence of that innocent young man so that this system can actually thrive. One of such is actually all this issue of cybersecurity. How can you ensure that when he put his money, even if it is 1,000, instead of putting it under his pillow, he take it to the bank? How can we ensure that that money cannot just be wiped out? For example, receive a call, give me your code number innocently because he doesn't know. So that's also what called for, awareness campaign at the state level, at the local government. I think that's one of the areas we need to actually partner together. We're trying to partner with all the instrumentality of government at the center to see how we can enhance the advocacy and all of that within that space. Quite a lot of other, then also enforcement, when there are issues that require enforcement, to go and arrest some criminals, 419, Yahoo, and all of that. That's also another very critical factor, as well as the capacity building in terms of training. I took time to explain this because that is the political leader's responsibility to bring back enabling environment for this thing to happen. Then in terms of what do you call the economic aspect of it, here is that the funding model we are now saying, this administration is now saying, we know that we cannot do it alone. We are therefore opening the space for both the public and private sector to act, to interact. Every other developed economies, all those high-rising skyscrapers and all of that, if you look at them, most of them, they are private sector driven. Am I right? So it is when the government provides that enabling environment, those kind of success stories can actually happen. And thanks to Nigerian Governors Forum for bringing all these initiatives to ensure that those kind of enabling environment are created, especially at the subnationals, which they have been so supportive. Social aspect of it, we are talking about advocacy, literacy, and all that. And I think I've just spoken about that. Technology, digital public infrastructure is one of such solutions, and the many other ways that we can leverage technology and deliver a successful implementation of financial inclusion. I could remember in 2027, a World Bank report that speaks to countries that leverage technology to deliver financial inclusion was actually Africa was actually on top of the list, I could remember. Unfortunately, Nigeria was not among the top, but other countries such as Kenya, everybody heard about M-Pesa and all of that. So a lot of initiative, but for Nigeria, we know they carry last. So we're doing a lot also to see how we can leverage technology to deliver and of course enhance economic and financial inclusion, legal in terms of frameworks, in terms of policies and all of that, I think environmental issues. So distinguished ladies and gentlemen, these are things that we need to take back home to ensure that at the state level, you can come up with certain initiatives. And I can assure you that for us under this administration, our doors are open. Our website is www.precifi.gov.ng, and I can assure you that even my email address, I have displayed it somewhere, so you can be able to come up with whatever it is. We are pretty much available to listen to you, to see how we can partner with you, to give you all the needed support that you need at the presidential level. Your governor would have been doing very fantastic things out there, but definitely it is your duty as the commissioner or heads of necessary agencies, come together to see how you can draw line, come up with some initiatives, and draw the attention of His Excellency for him to do the needful. That needful might be just signing to say, I hereby approve. Go ahead, Mr. Talented CEO, so that we can be able to achieve result. Let me give you a very, very typical example. This is my last slide, please, I'm done. So let me give you a very good example. Within the Northwest and Northeast that I've mentioned, with challenges of, why did you put it off now? Okay, with the challenges of identity and all of that, okay? So within that space, right, Kaduna State, for example, with the with establishment of the likes of Kadrima, in order to enhance their identity, isn't it? Within the space of how many years, I've forgotten, but they were able to enroll over 7 million within their own space. So what am I trying to say? When we're discussing about conditional cash transfer, we're looking at which state can we bring on board in order to give us their success stories. And I'm sure we have Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation here. There are initiatives around subnationals that they're also checking out. I think Kaduna State becomes like everybody's baby. Okay, Kaduna come. Why? Because there's an indication of commitment of the government at that state to say, hey, we are ready to address this. We are ready to do a lot in order to support our people. And of course, I could remember about 1 month ago, we also hosted Economic and Financial Inclusion Summit in Kaduna. With that in place, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, a lot of interested parties are actually calling locally. Internationally, I can name around to say they want to set up a special economic zone to address certain things like cell phone and all of that manufacturing. So what I'm trying to tell you, finally, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, is a call to action. You need to take back this message back home to tell His Excellency the Governor that Nigerian Governors Forum is coordinating something that is very fantastic, and at the state level, there's a need for you to domesticate it, to come up with initiatives that speaks to this economic and financial inclusion, because at the center, you are at the time when this administration is in support in order to achieve the renewed hope agenda of Mr. President, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. Thank you so much, gentlemen and ladies, and I really appreciate you for this audience. Good morning.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Zaru, for that riveting presentation. First of all, I'd like to welcome some of our dignitaries. I'd like to recognize the presence of Engineer Salisu Kaka, who is representing the DG of NIDDA. He is the Director of E-Government and Digital Economy Development at NIDDA. Welcome. I'd also like to welcome Engineer Lanre Yusuf, who is the Director of Information Technology Identity Database Management at NIMSI. Welcome. Thank you very much for being here. Before we break for tea break, we are going to have we already have the QR code for the presentation, so feel free to access them there. And we'll be breaking now for 45 minutes. So we'll be back here at around 12:30. So we'll start from the back, I think, to make this orderly. We'll start from the back tables to get tea break. There'll be ushers at the back as well and servers to help you. If you have any questions or if you have any concerns, there are a number of us on the side here that can help you. So please help yourself to tea break until 12:30. Thank you very much. Once again, we're going to start with the back tables for tea break, just so it's not too crowded at the back there. The back row, please. Good morning. Thank you. I hope you all had a good tea break. I'd like to start off by welcoming the Executive Secretary of the Joint Tax Board, Mr. Olusegun Adesokan, who is also representing the Chairman of the FIRS. Also, Kazim Suleiman, who is a technical assistant to the MD CEO of Galaxy Backbone. Babatunde Bamiboye, the head Legal Enforcement and Regulations, Nigeria Data Protection Commission. Welcome. Mr. Williams Uko, head Strategy and Research, Nigeria Interbank Settlement System. Welcome. Dr. Prince Lawrence Eze, the Honorable Commissioner, Ministry of Innovation, Science and Technology. Welcome to all of you here present once again. To move forward, we would like to take a goodwill message from the Executive Secretary of the Joint Tax Board, Mr. Olusegun Adesokan.
Good afternoon, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I would like to tender my unreserved apology for being a few hours late. It is not customary for us at the JTB to be late to events, but we had logistics challenges, so I apologize and ask that you forgive my sin. It was a sin I committed unknowingly. I would like to first off, standing on the existing protocols, I would like to first of all thank the organizers of this event. I was told this will be the second time it will be holding, and thanks for bringing stakeholders together to discuss this pertinent issue. I'm here representing the Chairman of the Joint Tax Board, Zach Ayedeji, PhD, who also sent his apologies and is unavoidably absent due to prior engagement which conflicted with this event. He has sent his speech, both prepared and unprepared, and I will deliver the same in a few minutes. He says it's his pleasure to be given this opportunity to address you this morning on the occasion of the Nigeria Governors Forum flagship event on digital public infrastructure readiness indices for states. He adds that this gathering represents a significant milestone in the collective pursuit of harnessing the transformative potential of digital technologies to enhance governance, revenue mobilization, and public service delivery. And as we all convene today, he adds that we should do so against the backdrop of a rapidly evolving digital landscape where technology has become an indispensable catalyst for economic growth, social progress, and improved governance. The DPR Readiness Indices Initiative is a testament to the NGF's role, he believes, and commitment towards leveraging digitalization to drive development and prosperity at the subnational level in our country. The two key focus areas of this initiative, the Digital Public Infrastructure Index and the Intelligent Revenue Authority Index, have been strategically designed to assess and enhance our state's digital infrastructure towards advancing their revenue administration capabilities. By doing so, we can unlock new opportunities for economic growth, improve tax compliance, and enhance the overall efficiency of our revenue authorities. Now to the unprepared part of his speech, which he passed to me verbally. He says he's really concerned about the Intelligent Revenue Authority Index. And he said it's time for action on this issue. That for states or the subnational revenue authorities to tick the boxes in this index, there's something fundamental that needs to be addressed, and which the NGF, which is a peer review platform for governors, need to address. And that is the issue of professionalizing subnational revenue authorities. Some years ago, there was the SIFTAS initiative, and we had the DLIs, which states needed to tick so that they could attract, I think, grants or so. And one of them was to pass revenue administration laws, granting autonomy to their revenue authorities. In order to access these grants, virtually all the states in Nigeria passed this law. And once the law was passed, they got the grants. But after passing these laws, they just dumped the laws somewhere on the shelves of their ministries of justice. Today, we've got 37 subnational revenue authorities. Less than one third are 100% autonomous and run professionally. Out of 37, less than one third. Between May 2023 and today, almost 27 revenue authority heads have been changed. Revenue authorities, staff of revenue authorities are still under the control of the civil service bureaucracy. You'll see the head of service transferring people from Ministry of Education, Ministry of Lands, Ministry of Establishment and Training, Ministry of Local Government or Local Government to revenue authorities to run the place. You'll see people who are not even motivated to work in the revenue authority being saddled with responsibility. Some are directors. So how do you want them to understand what a revenue authority requires in this digital age? So I think the chairman thinks and believes that the NGF, at its regular forum, should sit down with these governors and let them see the benefits of allowing the revenue authorities be run professionally. It's only someone that understands how to run a revenue authority, that the tax administration, that will understand what is required to digitize, to automate, and apply technology in the day-to-day affairs of a revenue authority. So he has asked me to urge this gathering to dig deeper into this. Fortunately, the recently signed Nigeria Tax Administration Act provides for the financial, the technical, the professional, and administrative autonomy for revenue authorities at the subnational level. We can only hope that our leaders at the subnational will implement the provisions of this law. And I think the NGF stands in a pole position to make this happen. Finally, the chairman says this event provides a unique platform for knowledge sharing, capacity building, and collaboration among governments, stakeholders, and experts. Over the course of the event, we look forward to engaging in insightful discussions, sharing of experience and best practices, and exploration of innovative solutions to enhance DPR readiness at the subnational level. Now, at the JTB, we remain committed to supporting states in harnessing digital technologies for improved tax administration, as we recognize the critical role that digitalization plays in enhancing tax compliance, reducing tax evasion, and improving the overall efficiency of our revenue authorities. And in this regard, we have embarked on a number of technology-driven interventions for states, with the states that have leveraged these resources already seeing the positive results. And as we embark on this journey, the chairman urges all participants to engage actively, share their experience, and learn from one another. Let us work together to harness the potential of digitalization to drive development, improve governance, and enhance the lives of our citizens. Thank you very much, and it wishes us fruitful deliberations and a productive engagement. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you very much to the Executive Secretary of the Joint Tax Board. Now we will be launching the report of our DPI study. We'll be calling upon some of you to represent the group to help us launch this document. We'll start by calling up the Executive Secretary of the Joint Tax Board. Some applause, please. Engineer Salisu Kaka, representing the DG of NITA. Engineer Lanre Yusuf, representing the DG of NIMSI. Babatunde Bamigboye, representing the Nigeria Data Protection Commission, and Mr. Williams Uko, representing NIBS. We will also be calling upon Kazim Suleiman, representing Galaxy Backbone, the technical assistant to the MD. Okay. We'll be calling upon the executive chairman of the Lagos State Internal Revenue Service, the executive chairman of Bayelsa Internal Revenue Service, the Commissioner of ICT Enugu State, the Commissioner of ICT Sokoto State, the Executive Chairman of Kwara Internal Revenue Service, and the Honorable Commissioner of ICT Bauchi State. Represented by the DG Bauchi State ICT Agency. We will now be taking a group picture outside. Everybody. Okay, good afternoon, everyone. And we're going to start our panel discussions. The first panel discussion will be moderated by Dr. Makabani, and it will be on the importance of federal partnerships towards digital public infrastructure. Dr. Makabani. I would like to invite Engineer Salisu Kaka, representing the DG of NITA. Engineer Lanre Yusuf, representing the DG CEO of NIMSI. Babatunde Bamigboye, representing the National Commissioner, CEO, Nigeria Data Protection Commission. Welcome. So over to you, Dr. Makabani.
Press. That is all. If you want to off it when you're not asking questions, you just press it now to off.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you to all of the panelists, and you're most welcome. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the first of the sessions for today, where we're going to be discussing some of the detail. We have representing NIMSI, Engineer Yusuf. Excellent. Okay. Engineer Salisu Kaka, representing NITDA. Yes. Babatunde, representing Nature Data Protection Corporation. And may I please call on Mr. Kazim Suleiman, please, if you could come up. Thank you. He's representing Galaxy Backbone. So you're most welcome. So what we have here are actually the key anchors, the key departments, and the key drivers for the whole of the information systems, how everything runs, what they do. And they are the ones who our colleagues in state boards of internal revenue, if we're talking about revenue in other aspects of government, are always talking about having to join up, access, and understand what exactly they're doing. You have a short presentation each, do you? Or shall I just go ahead and ask questions? Does anybody have a particular presentation they want to make?
I have one from my DG.
You have one from your DG. Can you do it in 10 minutes? All right. So if I may invite Engineer Kaka to make a short presentation. I'm sorry, you have to go down the stairs that side for safety. You're young, okay. I'm not quite that young, so I'm not going to take that kind of jumping. For your own, we'll give you, you have a presentation too? Okay, excellent. But please, we'll keep them to 10 minutes. And Zubaida, if you could be my taskmaster, please, for time.
No, it's not this. I shared it
Are we
with
okay?
Gina since yesterday. I don't know. We did this morning. No, that's what we are trying to.
Just having a little bit of a technical issue here. I'm sure we all know how these things happen.
Call Shina. MD, no. No.
So while we're waiting for his presentation to come up, what we're going to discuss here are federal and state partnerships. We do hope that all the state actors who are here will have now put some faces to some of the agencies that you have to deal with and use networking opportunities to have some discussions around any of the issues that we have. So among the presentations and discussions we're going to be discussing digital identity as a foundation of DPI. And I know this goes to the heart of all the revenue services among other systems. Are you ready now, sir? Okay, they're still trying to bring it up. The other topic we're going to be exploring from our experts is DPI inclusion and the safeguards around the DPI. Then we're also going to be discussing positioning digital payments for the DPI stick, because at the end of the day, we're stack, sorry, not stick. At the end of the day, we're trying to pull together all of this into increased revenue if you're a revenue authority, or better service delivery in order to meet citizens' requirements. Then we're also going to discuss rights and trusts. And the Galaxy backbone will be talking around data sharing and interoperability, because basically the clue is in their name, they're the backbone. So we need to have that running through. So the departments, the agencies that we're discussing are NIMSI, which is the National Identity Management Commission. All of you have a NIN, and slowly that is becoming the backbone and single identifier across all of the systems are slowly linking back into it. Legislation is now requiring it for banking, for taxing, for air travel, for everything. Are you okay? We're now set to go. All right, sir. I'll give you your time starts now, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The moderator permit me to stand on the existing protocol. I am Engineer Salus Kaka, Director E-Governments and Digital Economy Department of National Information Technology Development Agency. I am here representing the DG NIDA, Mr. Kashifu Ino Abdullahi, who is giving a task to make a presentation on a strategy for inclusive access to safeguards and the role of states under the digital public infrastructure. I think just to provide some context a bit, DPI as a concept is not a new phenomenon to all of us, and particularly because it's operating within the space of IT. And I think IT, if I say, and I stand to be corrected, that is the only field that at any point tries to connect with the past, the present, and make projection for the future. Thanks for that. For us to know how far we have gone and how far we have made provision to ensure that at least that safeguards are being provisioned, it will not be a waste of time to go back a bit history lane and identify what are the institutions, how do they evolve in ensuring that they deliver on their mandates, which is around the IT developments and putting the right regulatory instrument to ensure that the developmental journey or the transformation journey is well taking the right course and with all the necessary provision and safeguard. So a bit about NIDA. Don't want to take much of your time. It's an agency that started its responsibility since way back 2001, when there was a move by the concerned students that came together and see that, yes, Nigeria as a nation, we need to connect to the global world. And we can only do these connections by ensuring that we have an institution that drives the development of IT. So long story around that, so NIDA was established as a body to drive or to regulate the activities of the IT and ICT then within the country. So from April 2021 till 2007, some skeletal activities took place around IT, and based on the relative impact made, the country see the need to establish a full-blown agency and give its own act. So NIDA Act was established in 2007, which give it more power, more responsibility, and with mandate to drive the IT regulation and development across the country. So a couple of activities keep happening there as the landscape evolve, as the evolutions set in, and it requires some retweaking and adjustment to ensure that the gaps are closed and we have the right instruments to guide the development of the IT within the country. So by 2012, we have the first national ICT policy, which was richer than the initial drop of IT policy that was dropped there. And this happens as a result of, as I said, the evolution that took place, which require adjustment to close those gaps that took place as a result of the evolutions of the IT space. And until 2019, when we have the National Digital Economy Policy and Strategy, which appears far-reaching enough that accommodate all the needs and requirements that can guarantee end-to-end the digital transformation journey. The NDEPS is a 10-year plan, 2020 to 2030. So a bit part of it is still being leveraged to project the year plans by relevant agencies that can key into the national agenda. So NIDA as an agency, looking at those provisions in the NDEPS and other national policies, it came up with the first strategic roadmap and action plan, 2021-2024, which we call STAR 1.0, trying to break down or decompose the provision of the NDEPS and come up with the right initiatives and right guidelines and regulatory requirements to ensure that we move and implement our own mandate effectively. Then when the government set in, it came up with on 8-point agenda of this current administration. And I say it, we're lucky these agendas were proactive enough to see that, yes, those connections of the past, the present, and the future are being reflected in all the 8 elements that are defined in the national agenda. Then by 2023, the ministry established its own blueprint and acceleration to accelerate collective prosperity through technical efficiency. It set off the 5 elements which draw inspiration from the national agenda, those 8-point plans, and those 8 elements in the national agenda and the 5 elements from the ministry also guide or dictate the upgrade or review of the 2021 Roadmap Strategic Action Plan 1.0, and we came up with Strategic Roadmap Plan Action 2.0, which clearly spelled out the responsibilities NIDA was to embark in ensuring that it connect with the national agenda down to the ministerial blueprint and guide the deployment. So these are the 8 elements in the national agenda. I think for want of time, I'm sure you are all conversant with this. I'll skip this. So these are the 8 pillars we define under the Strategic Roadmap and Action Plan. These 8 pillars are carefully selected to ensure that at least we connect with those 8 elements in the national agenda. You can see from pillar number 1, we talk about capacity buildings, which require that students need to be well informed and aware so that they know what is there for them, they know what is needs to be required as a policy, as a regulation, so that the digital transformation journey is well mainstreamed and being smooth with necessary safety and provision. The second pillar is about building robust technology research ecosystems. We need to research because transformation is all about innovation, and innovations comes through research and findings. And we have the third pillar, which talking about strengthening policy implementation and legal framework. We need to regulate these innovations. We need to regulate these startup at the research so that they bring in out viable solutions and ensure that how they can collapse into the mainstream service provisions with the right safety and the right necessary requirement. Then access to digital technologies and services, which form pillar number 4. Number 5 is on cyber security, technology access and safety and provision so that at least people feel free and feel secured when they live online. And we have, of course, to see how we can support the entrepreneurial ecosystems through innovations, what is there for them, how can they progress through the government provision and, of course, the intervention and the support of the private sector. Then we need to forge strategic partnership and alliance, because transformations cut across all walks of life, public and private sector, NGOs, and all the state actors need to be in place. So partnership is very key to drive this transformation. And of course, culture is necessary, because we are transforming from one scene to the other. So culture needs to be taken into. So this is about DPI, and I'm sure all we are, at least by now, are familiar about the DPI. The diagram there speaks a lot about the DPI. The bottom line are the foundational infrastructure that can enable, or who are the drivers of these DPI elements, on top of the technology infrastructure, which involve connectivity, mobiles, connectivity, infrastructure, and cloud storages and other services. We have three key elements that form the DPI: identity, payments, and exchange. So they're there. Then we have sectoral base. So how can sector-specific DPIs can be defined and be guided to be developed, so that at least the digital public book necessary that can guarantee those principal elements of the DPI, which is scalability, inclusion, integrations, and safety are mainstream there. Then this digital public goods keeps providing services which are public-facing services, so that at least 10 minutes go? Oh, sorry. So what are the economic imperatives of this DPI? We need to see the economic values, why we are calling people, or why we are calling the whole nation to move into DPI. I think that we can easily mention that there are a lot of public values which are key in, or any country that key in into the DPI will leverage. There are global best practices which give us a guide. There's some statistics there carried out by international organizations like UNDP, which make projection that a country can strengthen its own economic growth by up to 33% if it gets the DPI implementation right. And I think that's what we are trying to do as a government, by ensuring that we first issue the right necessary instrument to guide the development of this DPI. And you can see from that diagrams, DPI finds bearing in almost all the economic sector, be it from the judiciary, the medical services, the education, the transport, and public communications. To save time, let me rush. Then universal safeguard strategies. These DPIs as a global phenomena, at global level, they are defined safeguards which are there to guide countries, especially those who are the first setters on this DPI, will learn from their own experience. And based on their experience, they come across and develop necessary safeguards that need to be mainstream to ensure that any country that want to embark into this DPI journey, they can be saved by leveraging the experience of the mistakes of the past, so that at least we key into this safeguards right from the design and planning stage, so that at least our journey will be smoother than those who had the hurdle and battle of passing through the first experience. Like the right-based approach to DPI, we need to contextualize this DPI and ensure that at least we model it to give in context our own requirements, so that we can adopt and adapt it effectively, so that at least we meet our own requirement, because the requirement differs relative to the environment, relative to the context and complexity of ours. And we all agree that Nigeria, we have sort of unique complexity, and we need to get this DPI journey right. Then accountability and mechanisms. We need to ensure that we have the right institutional framework that can guarantee this accountability. If something went wrong, where do we go? How do we go? Who will address what? Who is responsible for that? So that the society that we are calling on time guarantee that, yes, safety and security is being there. And global benchmark against DPI principles. Those DPI principles are set up based on the global experience, and we can easily leverage this experience and learn from them and avoid the mistake they repeated there. So those are the global trademarks. So we leverage on these things, and as a nation, or neither as a regulator, we try to see that how do we come up with a national strategy for this safeguard, so that at least we connect with the global world, so that at least our journey will be smoother than those who are the first initial movers into this DPI journey. So we design our own regulatory instruments, leveraging privacy by design, ensuring that whatever we're putting in right from the design stage, our thinking will be that DPI public thinking with security, privacy, and safety by design. Then governance architecture. We have to have the right governance framework. And thank God the national, at the federal level, just of recent, the National Council of DPI was established with all the relevant key actors to ensure that the right responsibility are defined, key responsibilities are assigned, so that at least at any point in time we know where to report, we know who is responsible for that, so that accountability is well governed. Thank you, sorry about that. Then the digital trust infrastructure. We can't deliver DPI without guaranteeing trust. We must ensure that whatever we are dishing out to the public, people should feel more secure than they feel comfortable in the physical world. For example, if you ask someone to leverage who is not a bankable entity, he said, okay, please bring your money to the bank. They are secured. They are there. You can get your transaction. You get your services the blink of a second. He needs to see that happen, and he needs to feel that, yes, his investment is secured. His money is feel more secure than it is in his own cubicle that he saved his money in the house. So that's element of security. That element of trust from the public needs to be gotten. We need to earn that, and we can only earn that by ensuring that we provide all the necessary safeguards, that we cannot afford to have a test of failure. Failure of trust is a failure of virtually everything. Before you earn a trust, it will require a lot of effort. So we need to guarantee that this privacy, this trust is earned right. We need to ensure that whatever is happening at the federal level, it needs to cascade down to the state level. And respecting the autonomy of the states, of the local governments, the federal governments need to work with the state and ensure that whatever is being done at the federal level, the state need to also contextualize their own DPI journey so that they reflect and plug into the national agenda, so that that global, that inclusion is being driven. In fact, the activity will happen at the state and local government level more than it will happen at the national level. But the connection is necessary. The collaboration is necessary. So we need the states to facilitate digital identity integration. You can imagine if state can key into the ID, national identity drive, how far we can drive and how far we can go. And the local data registry development. Data is what sparks innovation, and data is what drives this inclusion, and data is what drives access to these services seamlessly. So if state can think of having their own national data, and I believe a lot of states are already happening in that, leading the DPI governance, just to reflect what happens in the national level, you need to have a governance framework to ensure that at least that safety, that privacy, that trust at the national level, down to the last man standing there, is well earned by providing those things.
Thank you, sir. I'm
Thank
sorry,
you.
your time.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Please put your hands together for him. It's time goes very, very fast when you are in love with what you're discussing. But we will circle back during a bit of Q&A around there. May I take this opportunity to introduce Mr. Williams Uko, who is representing the DG for the Nigeria Interbank Services. Please, could you give him a round of applause? You're most welcome. I do appreciate that. Thank you very much. Okay, it's excellent. Now, please, could I ask Nimsi, are we ready with the Nimsi slides? Do you have some as well? Okay. Did you come with your slides? So, young man, when you finish, no, not you. I know you're young, but not that young. That's not it. I don't see it here. Nims. You have, was it sent to? Yeah. While you're here, to make sure we don't have this same issue, can you find out, excuse me, sir, could you find out from my colleagues here? You also try and make sure you have your own. Have you given them? You have yours. Okay, yours is here. Yours is here. You've got it. Okay, yours is a speech. Okay, sorry, sir. Okay. You see, some of you claim you were younger, and then you find out you're not as young as me.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Engineer Sulaiman Kazim. I'm here representing the MDCU of Galaxy Backbone, Professor Ibrahim Adeyanju. He planned to be here this morning. However, there are urgent state assignment that he needs to quickly go and attend to. So I'll go through his speech now. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I want to stand on all existing protocol. It's an honor to stand before you today as a representative of Galaxy Backbone Limited, Nigeria Limited, the premier government-owned digital infrastructure and shared services providers, to speak on a matter central to our nation's socio-economic transformation, which is the topic that we are discussing here today: positioning digital payment within the digital public infrastructure (DPI), and particularly at the subnational level, the state and the local government. Let me begin by stating equivocally, digital transformation is no longer a choice. It is a necessity. And at the heart of the transformation lies a robust, secure, and inclusive digital public infrastructure, DPI, which is the major point of discussion today, that connects government, citizens, and the economic in real time. One of the most powerful enablers of DPI's digital payment is digital payment. Why digital payment matter? Why is digital payment matter? Digital payments are more than just transactions. They are the rails upon which government efficiency, transparency, financial inclusion, and economic participation ride. Whether it is the disbursement of social protection funds, the payment of taxes, or fees for public services, digital payment system make governance smarter, faster, and more accountable. For Nigeria, a country with 36 states and 774 local government areas, the potential of digital payments to accelerate development at the subnational level cannot be overemphasized. So what is Galaxy Backbone role in Nigeria's DPI journey? Federal government circular issued on the 3rd of November 2020 with reference number 5854/1/2/350 titled Federal Government Directive to all federal public institutions on the use of Galaxy Backbone Limited as the first service provider for all information communication technology projects, ICT. We all are aware that it is important. Data is the new oil, and data is one of the most important assets in the world today. And that is why federal government invested a lot of money on Galaxy Backbone to build the infrastructure. We are for the purpose of data sovereignty. Imagine what is happening in the world today. Imagine one of probably Iran is saving their data with US or Israel. Or imagine Israel is keeping their data with. So data is very important. Everything we do has to do with data. So that is why it has to be domiciled, it has to be localized. And that is why government has invested so much in digital backbone to be able to domicile this critical infrastructure. The federal government also recognizes Galaxy Backbone as the digital shared services infrastructure for the federal government, thereby vesting GBB with the overarching responsibility of managing data and applications used in the public sector. As the federal government's digital infrastructure and shared service integrator, Galaxy Backbone has been on the forefront of building and managing the critical digital backbone that supports national infrastructural goals. One of it is that Galaxy has over 6,000 kilometers of fiber across 36 states of federation, and we are working towards making sure that we cover all the 36 states. We also have a Tier 3 data center in Abuja here that provide co-location and cloud services where we store currently all the federal government's data and information in a secure place. And we also have a state-of-the-art security operating center that provide protections in terms of cyber security to all the assets of the federal government. Readiness for states, the next frontier, which is why we are here today. Colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, while the federal government has made commendable strides, the two tests of our DPI resilience lies in the state level readiness for digital payments to thrive. The state must digitize revenue collection, payroll, procurement, and public services. The state must also pay more attention to security. Galaxy also offers safe city solutions. We have a live demo that we can see, a model in Gombe State currently. Citizens must be able to pay taxes, school fees, utility bills, and access subsidies all digitally. Local government must integrate into the digital value chain and not be left behind. Galaxy Backbone are ready and willing to partner with states to extend our digital infrastructure to state capitals and rural areas. We are already doing this. We have a partnership with about 15 state governments now, and which they have visited our office and they have seen the infrastructure that we have in place. So we hope to, after this gathering, to be able to integrate more and connect more state government digitally. Galaxy Backbone hosts state-level applications and payment platforms securely within our data centers. So, and we're also willing to provide training and capacity building to state and ICT staff across the Federation. Call to action. We are at a critical point in our national development. As we speak, renew hope and a digital-enabled economy. The role of DPI and digital payment must not remain abstract. It must be localized, operationalized, and owned by the states, because the states is where we have most of the citizens. I urge governors, commissioners, head of ICT, and financial administrators across Nigeria to embrace this opportunity. Galaxy Backbone is not just a service provider, we are a partner for digital governance. Let us work together to ensure that no state is left behind in Nigeria's digital payment revolution. Together, we can lay the foundations for a future-ready Nigeria where every citizen, regardless of the geography that you have, can access services, transact securely, and participate fully in the digital economy. Thank you very much.
Thank you very, very much. Exactly on time. It might be safer if you go. Oh, okay. There are a lot of young, fit men. Somebody like me, you need a crane to help me up. Thank you very much. That was also very much on time. We will be coming back to challenge you with some questions, both from myself and from the audience as we go along. Nemsi? Or you can, if you can speak to it, you can speak rather than that. So maybe you just make the speech. Remember, you have 8 minutes.
Okay.
And I'm afraid I'm rather, my clock is unforgiving. It's an independent third-party timer.
Good afternoon, everybody. Esteemed head of agencies, vendors here present, and fellow regulatory agencies present, kindly allow me to stand on the existing protocol. I'm here to represent the DG, CEO, Engineer Abisoye Kokao Dusote, DG, our digital DG at the National Identity Management Commission. We're here to make our presentation and by extension make a plea to all the head of subnationals here present of the importance of identity. As you could clearly see up there, digital identity is foundational to digital public infrastructure. It is non-debatable because digital public infrastructure provides services to who? To human beings. And these human beings must have identity, by extension, digital identity. So, what is digital identity? It is not just a recognition. Digital identity means a lot. How do you identify yourself as a human being? There are demographic information, whereby your name, your gender, your date of birth, your address. But there are three key modalities of uniquely identifying an individual. Those are the biometrics. In this case, for NIMSE, we have accepted or we've deployed three modalities of uniquely identifying individual. That is the face, the fingerprints, in this case, 10 fingerprints, and the iris, which is your eye. So with these three modalities, you can have 99.9% accuracy of identifying an individual. Can we, by the raise of, or by raising up our hands, is there anybody in this audience that doesn't have an NIN? Anybody? Thank you so much. What that does is that we're all in compliance. We know the essence of the national identification number. 11-digit, unintelligent, randomly generated number that uniquely identifies an individual. This number resides with you from birth to death. Even when someone passes away, that number is not reusable. It cannot be reissued to another person. So all this grammar, all these presentations we are doing today about digital public infrastructure rise on having a credible digital identity. So that's why it's important for the subnationals, because digital identity is not a federal issue alone. Okay? If I know that some of the subnationals are already having their own digital state IDs, it is very good. But it has to be encompassed into the federal structure. Reason being that everybody is in it. So if you pick your state, it's just 1 out of 37. But when you rely on the national database, you know that you've got everybody covered. Why does digital identity matter? Again, it's a gateway to rights for citizens. It's the foundation of trust, because if you are uniquely identified and issue that unique identifier, that's the beginning of trust, because that means you have been digitally identified. Both public and private sectors are supposed to rely on it, and it's an enabler of providing services, digital services to citizens. How far have we gone? Have we come at the National Identity Management Commission? With all your help, because everybody here is compliant, so you are you are among the 121 million records already in the National Identity Database. I think we deserve a round of applause on this one. The reason being that we are all in it. So we have the largest database in Africa, the largest identity database in Africa, all because we are complying, we are we're in the database. Again, what is the essence of being in the database? For the well-traveled, that's the essence of collaboration. You know that you cannot get a passport or have one renewed for you without the national identification number. If you have children who are going to universities, you cannot do JAM without having a national identification number. If you are a pensioner or you will soon be a pensioner, you better make sure that you have your NIN. Otherwise, you will blow grammar from here to tomorrow. Nobody is paying you anything without verifying your name. So, these are the few features. These are the digital public infrastructure we're talking about. that interagency collaboration across a platform, across medium. In this DPI, you have interconnectivity. Because it's digital, it has to be provided through medium. That's why you have Galaxy Backbone here. We talk of payment. That's why you have NIPS here. We talk of data protection, consent management. That's why you have NDPC here. And you have all these things are deployed on the technology platform. That's why you have NIDA here. So it's a collaboration, different agencies working for the same cause. Because identity is very important, trust should not be eroded. So NIMSI has gone further ahead to deploy a new platform, a new application called NIN Authentication. NIN Auth is a consent-based verification platform. What do I mean by consent-based? When you download the application, you can give right to different service providers that want to have access to your database, to your record. You can say, hey, company A, I can only allow you to see my name and my address, no date of birth. Or for EKYC, I can allow you to see my name, my date of birth, my gender, but no address. So it brings back, puts you back in control of your data. For the subnationals, what are your roles? As clearly stated, you cannot do this alone. It has to be in collaboration with other states, by extension with the National Identity Database, which is a database for all of us. We're housed by the National Identity Management Commission because that's what the Act says, but it's still a federal data, and it's data that all of us should jealously protect and keep. So what are the missed opportunities? The cost for action is that we must make sure that we all ensure that we are part of this. We must make sure that nobody is excluded. We must make sure that we are able to manage scarce resources by avoiding duplication. And we must make sure that by complying to this, the data can provide a medium for us to plan for each state and also at the national level. So, a takeaway from this here today is for all of us to be champion on the use of NIN, for the states to invest in enrollment systems so that all your citizens are captured into the National Identity Database, and to make sure that we follow a standard framework. You don't want to do it alone. There's no point reinventing the wheel. This has been done for you. There are states who have collaborated effectively. Kaduna State is one of them. Lagos State is one of them, to name but few. So it is incumbent on you to take this back on to our excellencies, state governors, to make sure that they are part of this program. Identity is what it is. It's identity. It's all about inclusion. It's all about trust. And once you have your national identification number, you are uniquely identified from birth to death. So it's a trust that shouldn't be broken. Nobody is supposed to have two names. If anything such happen, those are exceptions. And that's why it's identity management, because no solution is 100% perfect. But trust me, those imperfections are being corrected to make sure that everybody is uniquely identified. So on this note, I thank you all. God bless you. Thank you.
Can we put our hands together again for him? The national identity is the foundation stone for sure that states will have a few questions as we go along. May I now ask Babatunde to please speak? You're not doing a presentation. Okay, I'll ask you some questions. You're doing a presentation. Sorry. That is Mr. Williams. Yes? You're not doing a presentation. I will. No, not you. I'm just saying I'll be back.
How do we navigate?
NIPSS.
Yes.
Once again, you have 8 minutes.
How do I transit from slide to slide? Okay, no problem. Good afternoon, everyone, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I want to apologize on behalf of my CEO, Mr. Premier Oiwo, who would dearly have loved to be here but is unavoidably absent. But we'll do our very best to communicate our own quota at NIBS to this August gathering and within the time frame. And I trust that we'll be able to have fruitful engagements hereafter. Thank you very much. All right, going straight to it. We've been asked to speak on the topic, positioning digital payments for the DPI stack. Now, one of the things I just want us to, this is a unique gathering for many reasons. And I would like us to step back in our minds and just think about the immense potential before us as a country. There's no international gathering you go for. I mean, I've listened to right from my growing days, childhood days, when it was still the OAU and then the ECOWAS and the AU now. You would always have a meeting of heads of governments. But prior to the meeting of heads of government, you would have maybe foreign ministers or something that would work on a communique that the heads of government will append their signatures to. They are understated, but the immense power that comes with their work cannot be quantified, because that's where the policies are solidified. And it's not just about policies, it's about legacy. And now that we have, one thing you've noticed, once you have a government that is interested in legacy, in any democracy, you find out that years to come, there will always be value. Take a look at our GSM journey in Nigeria, because it ties into what we're doing here. Of course, life is a stage. After a few years, everybody will leave the stage. But whatever is done, and with all the agencies gathered here, has the potential to speak for years to come. But it depends on how we manage this thing at the states. And that's why I consider it a privilege for us to be able to address this gathering and share some of these thoughts like my predecessors have just done. So going quickly, digital payments have grown through the years. I mean, basic economics will point to some of these evolutionary stages. But the critical thing is where it began to get digital. And the beauty about it, and I like the words of the famous artist Leonardo da Vinci, where he said, simplicity is the ultimate sophistication. As long as we can keep it simple with the last man on the street in mind, he will get the value of our innovation and will be able to live with it and do much more than we can imagine. When GSM came to the country, all that people could think of then was call centers, but it was good. It met the SMEs at their point of need. 20 years down the road, it's an explosion in the country. We're talking payments, we're talking cross-border, we're talking all sorts of innovations. But where did it start? GSM. Now today we're talking digital public infrastructure. Yes, it looks like, I mean, it's a term that has begun to get more and more into common usage, but it's something we're already doing as a people. Now I'll focus on something, because like my colleague said, DPI is actually in 3 parts. For us in NIBS, our focus is on payments. What I would say, our area of specialty is payments. So let me just quickly run through this. This is just a picture. The slides are with the organizers, so I'm sure they will share them. But this is the future of payments. But keep in mind, payments is just 1/3 of the infrastructure. Yet, look at the immense potential. Nearly everything there over the next 2 years is talking to trillions of dollars. on a global scale and is only 1/3 of digital public infrastructure. Just think about that. Now, talking about our financial system, and I want to just urge the states to think about this, because you have an opportunity in public service that the private sector doesn't have. The private sector is driven by innovation, yes. It's driven by the bottom line and all that. I mean, I can speak from experience, having worked at least 20 plus years in that space. But when you cross over to the public sector, your mindset has to change, and it does change, because you are thinking the public good, you are thinking legacy, you are thinking the future. It's not about what you will do today. 20, 15 years down the road, what would the impact be? And the joy that comes from that is immeasurable. Now, this is just finance, this is just payments. Think of the key things that define payments alone. You're talking in terms of technology, regulation, consumers, and the partnerships. Now, these are the pillars that have defined payments through the years. Let's go further a bit. This research was done by, it's a combination of, data from the US CIA website and then EFINA, some work from EFINA. But whether we disagree on some details, the key point is this is the picture of our country. This is the picture of the consumers in your respective states. Statistics tell us that we have a youthful population, a median age of about 17.2 in age. So that means that more people are young, in quote, younger than the old. Now, but look at the demographic split now. Now, we may not be doing business as a state for just about profit. But what the private sector calls profit is what you and I call public good. Whichever way you look at it. I use the analogy of retail. The banks look at this market as a retail market. But we in the public space look at it in terms of financial inclusion. It's the same people we're looking at. It's the same demographics. It's the same data. One person is seeing it from another perspective, different from the other. However, on this side, you have the benefit of thinking private sector and also thinking public good. They cannot. So what do we do with the opportunities that we have at this point, at our state? Some years ago, while I was in the banking sector, I had a point. Now, this is the big picture. Even if we end here, I just hope we can take away something from this. I remember working on a credit for a private sector player. And there was this thing about right of way. I'm sure my colleagues will understand, can speak a lot more to this. And, because of the Land Use Act, the authority to sign off on these things rests with the states. In one particular geographical zone, we had states that were thinking future. In fact, one of the states reduced the charges to almost zero to encourage investment in broadband. Another state, almost contiguous to it, was still talking about, no, you must pay me the fees for this and this and this. And we're like, for goodness sake, what are they thinking about? But the problem is, if you don't see the big picture, you're tempted to be limited by the present circumstances. Now, let's look at this big picture. This is what our federal government is encouraging. We can speak to it because NIBS is in the center of most of these initiatives. Take a look at where we could be, or where we are already aspiring to as a country. Different types of payments. Government to people, people to people, people to businesses, people to government, a whole range of this. But however, these same things are happening at the subnational level. The federal government has done a lot, at least we're privileged to know that, in terms of building systems that can make this more efficient. And DPI is one of them. Why can't we replicate these at the state level? Unlike my colleague from... 2 minutes to finish, please. All right. My colleague from NIMSI just said, it's not about... reinventing the wheel might give some immediate satisfaction that I did this. But leveraging the wheel to do much more than the wheel has will give you longer lasting satisfaction. So quickly, let's stay here. So imagine at states, you can build a system that guarantees efficiency across all these, leveraging what already exists as infrastructure. Let's look at an analogy. It's like a state having federal roads, and somebody now says, I want to build a state road parallel to the federal road in the same location, it won't be, there's no value add. But if you take off arteries from the federal road, you will still leverage the federal road and make the best of the opportunities at the state level. And that's the opportunity we all have. That's the power we have sitting in this room. Now let me just begin a roundup. Like I said, when you hear the term digital public infrastructure, there are three key parts: identity, payment, and data exchange, all represented by my colleagues who have spoken. For us in NIBS, like I said at the beginning, it's just 1/3. But imagine what has happened with 1/3. The things that have happened in terms of different products, different services. Let's even look at NIP, which, you know, most of us are probably familiar with, instant payments. Nigeria was the first to do this globally, NIP, in 2011. The first. Now, people may say what they want to say about us, but they can't deny it. And what was it? And this is my closing challenge to the state. We had a problem as a country, cash. And there were challenges with managing cash, cost of cash, security. You hear of bullion vans being waylaid and all sorts of things. The government of the day sat back with the central bank and said, what can we do about cash? But we also know we don't have a credit system like it's sophisticated abroad. So people want to see their money as quickly as possible. So we took, not we, I mean, they took a decision at that point that, look, let's have a system that will give people credit, value, very near to cash, and they can see it and they can trust. Like my colleague said, they can trust that the money is there. Nigeria took the bull by the horns, launched it. Other countries in Africa are trying today to catch up with it. I was at an event recently of last year, 32 countries, racing, but NIP has scaled. Why? The people then looked at the problem and walked backwards to a solution. And that's what the states can do. Yep. What is happening at your respective states is different it differs from state to state. However, as policymakers, you can leverage the backbone, you can leverage the identity, you can leverage BVN and many other things and see what are the problems in my state that I can solve using this digital public infrastructure. So in a nutshell, that's it. I'm not too much time to go into too many details, but I just urge us to leverage this gathering to move the needle in our respective states. And 10 years down the road, we'll be amazed at the kind of value the populace will be reaping from it. And just like we're referring to things of the past now, we can also refer to these things in time to come. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Please put your hands together. That's a very eloquent picture, and dividing it into three parts. And I'm actually going to come back now on the data protection, because the words trust have come up several times in this conversation and discussion. And the Nigerian Data Protection Commission, represented here by Mr. Williams.
Babatunde.
Babatunde, sorry, forgive me. Names changed. So I'd like you to spend a few minutes talking to us with the following sort of questions that I have in mind. As states accelerate their DPI adoption, they're going to increasingly use a lot more personal data. In these days of security, that is extremely important, both in terms of trust, in terms of how this data is used. So what are the top, can you hear me at the back? I used to be a primary school teacher. What are the top 2 or 3 criteria, critical data protection compliance areas that state authorities, digital authorities must prioritize? So what are the top 3 critical areas they must prioritize in order to build that citizens' trust? And also around there, how can you collaborate with the states to develop a context-specific data protection policies and frameworks that account for the unique challenges? This is very true if I talk of the state revenue authorities, where you've got international data coming into the country, which you now need to move in. There's a lot of control mechanisms around how data is shared and the use that is put to, and not only does it put financial things at risk, it also can put people's lives at risk and I don't need to say any more than that, if data is not properly protected, please. And I will limit you in your answer to the same 8 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, and to distinguished participants and my co-panelists. I don't know, maybe I'll have up to as much time as they have to look at these critical areas. Actually, when I hear that 10 years, and the people here, they are representing politicians that probably are looking at the next 4 years, the next 2 years. They want quick result. They want something that their people can trust. They want things that their constituents, can feel almost immediately. And then you want to collect data from someone and he doesn't trust that he should give you the data. We have instances where somebody wants to collect data, even for registration. We are going to register a company on your behalf. I'm talking about a government agency. And people said, no, we don't even want to register. Have you register on our behalf, right? A CAC registration, because if you register us, government will know who we are, then we'll be paying tax, and then a lot of issues will come in. And this is where the Nigeria Data Protection Commission comes in. And it now goes to the question that you asked: what are the 3 critical areas that every establishment that wants to, deploy digital public infrastructure or wants to leverage on the existing digital public infrastructure must look at? The first, under the data protection framework, you have the principles of data protection. What are these principles? The first is that data must be processed lawfully, transparently, and fairly. Now, for an individual to trust you with data, for instance, you're a revenue collector, and you want to deploy or install an app that will enable you to monitor sales with a view to to determining what revenue you are going to get from this particular agency. Or there is someone that if I have BVN and then there is cashless policy, I move all my money to the bank, that means they will know how much I am supposed to be paying. These are the concerns, and so many other issues that may come in that regard. So there is a need for transparency. And when we talk about lawfulness as well, it is important that you recognize the lawful basis under the Nigeria Data Protection Act, as well as the law that enables you to perform that particular task. For instance, NIMSI has an act, NIDA has an act. But let's talk about NIMSI. They have the NIMSI Act that talks about identity. That in itself is a law that enables NIMSI to carry out a specific act of identity management. But apart from the act that enables NIMSI, there are also lawful bases that NIMSI must comply with in terms of collecting or processing this data. And we'll come back to that as a second part of what they need to do. So apart from the principle of lawfulness, fairness, and transparency, there is what I believe everyone in the room and outside the room will care about: purpose limitation. You have collected this data. Why? You must limit it to the purpose for which you have collected it. No more. If this data is for identity management, I don't really expect that people should come to NIMSI and start looking at whether I'm complying with tax or any other thing, or even election matters. I've given my data to INEC as part of, I think it's that INEC election should be part of the digital public infrastructure consideration in a democracy, I do not expect that politicians should have access to this data because I gave it to, NIMSI, or I gave it to NIBS particularly. And now this is another consideration. Then, of course, data confidentiality, integrity, and availability is also important for us to look at that area. We are giving it to you. Are we sure that it will always remain the same? Nobody would have access to it. Then, very importantly as well, is the principle.
Can I just interrupt you for half a second?
Yes,
I'm not taking out your time. You guys in the audience, you will have seen a scan that's up there. Can you please put the scan back up? It's called Slido. If you scan it, it will give you instructions so you can put in any questions that you have into that one so that we can pick them up at the end of it. So and deal with your questions. So please just use your scan that, and it will give you the instructions to continue. Zubeda, have I got that right? Yep. All right. Sorry to interrupt you.
All right. Thank you, sir. Another principle is the principle of data minimization. I don't know, maybe my colleague here will recall the days the NIMSI, this enrollment started, and I think there were about almost 70 or so data feeds, 85 data feeds that you must comply with. Today, how many? Just 15. For the even for greater purpose. For greater, you can do exam, you can do a lot just for 15 data fields, and that is data minimization. Understanding the importance. Oh, I don't want to give so much to to government agency or to anybody at all. I just want to do about 15 name, my parents, but so many, just few other things, biometrics and all that we enable just basic identification. Now, beyond the issue of those principles, there are lawful bases. 6 principles thereabout, but there are lawful bases you must rely on. The first is the issue of consent, but it's not always, it's not in every case that a data subject, that is the owner of the data, will give you consent to process their data. So the law recognizes other lawful bases of data processing if what you want to do can be supported by those lawful bases. The first of these is contracts. That is, if you don't have the consent of the data subject, you may wish to enter into a contract with the data subject, or with the enrollee, or with the customer, or with the constituent, as the case may be. Apart from consent as well, you have what you call the legal obligation. Law has mandated you to do it. A court has directed you to take this to take this data, or to process this data. Apart from that as well, you must have you can rely on vital interest. Probably something significant, something maybe that can impact the health of the data subject. So you can rely on the vital interest of the data subject or of a third party, let's say kidnappers. You want to access their data so as to rescue those in their den. Then, of course, you can rely on that. Then public interest, just like you had the COVID-19 case, which was a pandemic. So in public interest, you can rely on public interest to process data. And then finally, legitimate interest. If there is something legitimate that you are doing as a government agency, or as even a private sector organization, yes, of course, that legitimate base you can resort into that to be able to process data. And then, of course, the third leg, which are the data subject's rights. And these are the real drivers of trust. What are the rights that you must acknowledge as a state entity or as a regulator of any kind? You must recognize the right to be informed. And that goes back to the issue of transparency. You collecting this data, you must inform them, for instance, of the consequences of collecting the data. Now, even a tax authority may be able to profile, because you purchased this in this place, you bought this wig, you bought these eyelashes, you bought this type of telephone and all of those, then I can profile that you should be able to pay that is profiling. You need to harness, aggregate a lot of data to be able to arrive at the conclusion that this is the amount of data, amount of tax that this individual should be paying. Profiling has consequence beyond the issue of making a determination of, what tax an individual should pay. Big data platforms like Google, like Meta, are all paying. Thank you very much. They do profiling, so you must be able to inform them. And then if you are going to use any automated decision, you are going to process data, and then you use automated means, which has significant consequence. You must also let the individual be able to to be able to interface with those who are making those decisions, so that it is not machine that is making decision on behalf of individuals. Then, of course, the right to rectification. Thankfully, NIMSI is here. A lot of us, maybe your date of birth, you need to of course, rectify it or regularize your date of birth, then you approach NIMSA. It's your right to be able to do that. And then you have a right, of course, to be forgotten. You have attended this event. You don't want any contact communication from Nigeria Governors Forum. Then you have a right to inform them that, please delete my data. Rights of access as employees of government. You want to access your data to, for some other things. Then digital public infrastructure, we have various components you want to port from one place to the other. On that platform, then you have the rights of data portability and so many other rights in that category as well that we may not be able to, itemize. So it is important to look at these three elements, and I must also add the fourth one, which is important, and that is data sovereignty. You want to move data out of Nigeria, it is important for you to comply with the law. As the Commission, Nigeria Data Protection, adjudge the country you are moving the data to be adequate in terms of data protection. If not, then you can't move data there. You need other instruments such as standard contractual clauses, binding corporate rules, codes of conduct, or certification mechanisms, to rely on. So with this, if you are able to work with us, I think you will be at a very good place in leveraging digital public infrastructure and building trust. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please, a round of applause. With very minimal notes, your subject in and out. And to time. I will just, while I'm about to consult Slido to see what you guys are asking, I would come back to Nitida and ask you, you already have a lot of experience in developing some of these safeguards you've just spoken about at the national level. So what sort of frameworks or guidelines do you already have that states can quickly leverage on, so that for those of them who are building up their systems, they start it right? Because it's always more difficult to go back and readjust something behind than from the very beginning. So I'll ask you, engineer, please. Press the button of it. The very bottom.
Thank you very much. I think I will also refer us back to what I said earlier, that this DPI journey also collaborated with what the NIBSS gentleman mentioned. It's not something that is entirely new to us. It's something that we have been doing, perhaps in different perspective or in different context. And we are lucky to have global benchmarking in terms of policy, in terms of regulation, in terms of any initiative that we can make reference, so that at least we get our journey right. So in the course of venturing into this DPI pulley, which started fall out of our participation in the G20 Digital Economy Working Group, where the concept of DPI was globalized, and during the Indian presidency, there was that global call for member states and all over the country to key into to the concept of the DPI. So that's where we draw our inspirations, and we had consultation, we had dialogue with so many countries that we see as the early starters in this DPI journey. And we represent so many so that at least we learn from their own experience and develop a use case. We had deep consultations with India, with Estonia, with Brazil, with even closer Kenya and Rwanda, to identify those sector-specific use cases and see how we can customize and come up with our right regulatory instruments to guide our journey. So after the summing of all this benchmarking experience, we issued two documents. One is the live events DPI framework, which is still in the public domain for consultations, and the other one is the technical standard for the data exchange, because after the study, we were satisfied with what we are doing around the identity. we are very comfortable and what we are doing on the payment platform. So where we found ourselves much wanting was to have the national data exchange platforms that seem to have integrated all existing data centers so that flow of data across platforms, cross-border, regardless, we need to have a central or national exchange that seamlessly promote this data exchange without necessarily overhauling or wanting for serious overhaul of the existing exchanges there. So there's need to leverage the legacy investment that we have around this data exchange. So that guided the development of these two instruments. And in the two, it was clearly defines all the high-level requirements and the national objective. So I believe we have good documents to work with, and interestingly, even at the national level, we are still consulting on these national documents, and very soon we'll close the call and have the large stakeholder engagement to fine-tune it and update it and becomes a working document for the nation. So for the states, these documents can be a guide, and it's a great opportunity for us to also move together. As I said earlier, these documents were designed in context to reflect our own requirement, our own peculiarity. For example, when we are struggling about the exchange, which model we feel can easily fit into our own requirement, we closely identified the X-road used by Estonia to have much of semblance in our own requirement. So large of what we provision in the technical standard for the data exchange actually reflects what Estonia is already driving. And it's only Nigeria, not only Nigeria copy from that Estonia, other countries as big as Brazil and even Brazil, India in some sort, particularly around the sector-specific DPIs platform, they borrow one another in terms of this experience. So I believe these two documents that are in public domain are good documents to guide the states to come up with their own national or state level specific policy and regulatory documents, so that at least the journey can be collective and we move in sync.
Thank you very much. And I would ask that you share with the NGF the link to those public documents so that they are accessible through the NGF site to all of our various stakeholders as well. Thank you very much. Now, I don't know how many understand the principle. I've got lots of questions coming in on Slido. Sadly, at this side, we can't really see, but I'm using a cheat so I can actually see the questions that are coming up as well. One of the things that Slido does is if you go through it and you see a question that you particularly is close to your own and you tick a yes, it means two people are asking a similar question. You're far more likely for me to pick that given the limited amount of time we have. So I have one question that already has 2 likes, and that is, to what extent is NIMC driving harmonization of all identities, such as the TIN, the BVN, the NIMC, towards integration and building a single, more robust database? I think it's to you, but may I ask that we try and answer in a minute or so that we get as many questions in as possible.
Thank you so much, Mr. Moderator. For harmonization started a long time ago. With BVN, it's been 10 years that we started harmonizing with BVN, since 2015. So initially we got about 15 million records, and then it was scaled up, but at this point there's no need for any harmonization with BVN because the NIN has already surpassed the number of BVN. So it is BVN now, NIBS and the banks to comply, which means that no BVN should be issued without an NIN. The standard is, based on the law, you must have an NIN to get any government or any services, either government or private. So we are hoping on that compliance. With the TIN, we are deeply involved with FIRS, our very good neighbor, and the JTB. We almost share the same premises. They've almost bought all the street though, so we hope they don't buy us out. Yeah, so we are in good books with them. We are also, the same thing applies to them. So it's a matter of compliance. No government, as long as an individual is involved in Nigeria, for you to provide any service, and also in compliance with the mandatory use of NIN, that is a presidential directive, everybody must have an NIN. So functional agencies can ride on the NIN. You can have your own number, TIN, whatever else you want to call it, driver license number, PENCOM number, but foundationally, you must have an NIN. So, okay. But we're in very good harmonization effort with FIRS, who is championing who has actually championed the recent tax bill. So I don't know if you are still called FIRS or is Nigerian tax. Okay, so
Revenue Agency. And
so
thank you very much.
Excellent. Thank you.
I can see, Nibs, you wanted to just add something quick there before I go. By the way, there's democracy in action. Some questions are rising up the ladder.
Yes, just to corroborate what my colleague from NIMC said, even now, there's a portal with NIPS that enables you validate, your NIN with with BVN, particularly as the CBN came up with the regulation that the different tiers of accounts. I mean, that's just the innovation at work. Different tiers of account to meet people at their point of need, but NIN remains foundational, but then other things could be layered on it. And like in this case, for tier 1, you must have this, tier 2, you must have BVN and NIN. So there's a portal now that even enables banks are already keen into it at NIPS, where you can actually validate both NIN with BVN. So just to add to what he said. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now, one of the questions that has come up, risen in the ranks, I've got 5 asking, again, it comes back to NIMC. So states can't fund paying for APIs. And so they call API calls to NIMC. So what frameworks are available for integration with NIMC to avoid costs as states don't have the funds to pay?
Well, states have the funds, so don't let all deceive ourselves. States are very rich. They have funds, yeah. Under current administration, if you check your take home, it has increased exponentially. But let's be fair on this. These are services that cannot be provided for free. So, and it's a token that is being charged for API integration. Because the services has to run itself. We are also not well funded. So if we are complaining of funds, I think we might all just cry together. But the truth be told, these are tokens that need to be paid. One thing that you should know, that the API are available. There is a new methodology that we have now. Before, we had more than 130-something verification agents. So it became cumbersome to manage. Now we have deployed an aggregator model whereby we have few aggregators and there are verification partners that ride under these aggregators. The aggregators are responsible for managing whatever verification agent fall under them. So we are collaborating efficiently with some states, and from this morning, I have gotten requests for about 3 states that we are also working together to make sure that the API access is extended to them. The benefit here is that you cannot do it alone. So, and it's better to do it together than trying to forge there's no need reinventing the wheel on something that works already. So okay. Thank you.
Thank you. NIMC is certainly flavor of the month. I know with a lot of my colleagues. Another question has also come up the voting ladder. Is the partnership to integrate NIMC as a state to build residents' IDs a free service? If not, are there cost implications? So this is another variation, but specifically on state IDs. If you want to make a comment on that one.
Yes, as I have mentioned in my opening remarks, we were collaborating efficiently with LASIMRA and also with Kadrima. That's Lagos and Kaduna. And I know that there are there are multiple other states who are trying to do their state ID. Again, the advice is that don't do it in isolation. Okay, don't do it in isolation, because the reason is that if you try to do, if Osun State, for example, is trying to do state ID, and on this state ID, their students are supposed to have free lunch or free or maternal care. Trust me, people from Ondo will come to your state. People from Ekiti will come to your state because you don't have a unique identifier. You think you are only doing it for Osun State. But if you write on the national identity database, whereby everybody in it, so an A in Osun will also be an A in Ekiti, in Ondo, so that you don't have duplicity of data, you don't have a porous border, you don't have a porous service that you will not be able to manage. So the advice, I'm sure, your head of ICT in different states will subscribe to this, that don't do it in isolation. Make sure that you do it within the confine of a national identity database.
So it's not free, but the value of getting it may be worth it. NIBS, you'd also spoken already about the BVN, so BVN verification for state payroll processing. In addition to NIN checks, can you provide that service? And if so, is it provided free or is there a check? So let me read the question exactly as it appears. Does NIBS offer BVN verification for state payroll processing in addition to NIN checks? If so, can this be provided free? Is there a microphone there, please?
All right, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Now, one of the slides, excuse me, I was going to talk about some services that are available. One of them is what we call at NIBS Verify Now, or another name for it is I'm Alive. It was designed with pensioners in mind. You know, practically every state does some verification of some sort. So there's this service that was, you know, positioned to some states. A couple of states signed up to it that can enable you leverage the BVN to, you know, to get your pensioners identified without them having to make that long trip. There's the bank model where they could go to selected banks who agreed to sign up to the service and then help identify for the state. Now, the good thing about this kind of thing is, like I said in my presentation, it's always good when a state comes out with its own pain point and comes to discuss what can we do. The straight answer to that is it can be done. To that question, that it can be done. There is a service that is similar, is already there, it already exists, but any state that is willing to discuss this kind of initiative, please feel free to engage with us as NIBS and we'll work out something that works very well for you. Thank you.
Okay, so there is a possibility. Zubeda, can you act as my timekeeper? Okay, so just let me know because I'm now in the game. Okay, one of the questions is, who are the drivers of the implementation of DPI among all the agencies? Because you're all part of the DPI. And how soon is this initiative cascading into action? I think it's already in action, if I was going to ask that. But amongst yourselves, you're all in the same game, but different aspects. The famous Rudyard Kipling's elephant. Some people say, some people say, and so one of you give us an answer in that area.
Okay. Okay, so let me quickly, we've had different types of definition of DPI here today. So the DPI basically means the foundational systems and digital protocols where all these agencies, NIMSI, NITDA, NDPC, all of them will interoperate, and that is what we now call the GDX, that we provide a platform where all of them can interact. Let me give you an instance. Let's say we have a boy in Samfara, and the boy wants to buy a drug, and when you look at the drug, you see NAFDAC number. You want to know whether that drug is fake or not fake. You need to check the NAFDAC number. Probably you need to check the name of from that an agency of government, which is NAFDAC. You need to check whether the company is actually registered under CAC. You need to check whether the company has already is paying tax under tax board. You need to check different agencies to be sure at one place. So what Galaxy is doing is to provide a platform where all these agencies will be interconnected, such that anything you want to do, you don't have to do it in silos. Currently, we still have it, everybody keeps data, CAC keep their data, NAFDAC keep their data, all the agencies are keeping their data separately. But that's not what the government wants. What the government wants is to ensure we have a DPI that is driven by a GDX that provide that platform where all the agencies will be connected. Whatever you want to do at the click of finger, if you go to UK, for example, if you go to uk.gov, whatever you want to know, once you just click it, wherever you are, you get all what you need. That is what, and that is where we are going. And that is what Galaxy will provide. We have the infrastructure already, we have the data center, we have the fiber, we have connectivity, we have everything already. So it's just to now have probably like a policy or a law that will allow all the agencies to allow access to all the database so that we link everything together. Then we don't have to, anything that you want to do at a click, you can, all the data will be reside,
in one place.
It will be residing in those agencies,
but accessible
they
through
will
one
have
portal.
access to
Thank you.
a common portal that they can use.
Thank you very
Thank you.
much. And on that very encouraging note, I have to call this panel to a close. Please put your hands together for my panelists here. There is a lot going on. There are quite a number of other questions. We'll share them with some of you. I hear some people in Ebonyi saying they haven't seen the tail, let alone the backbone of Galaxy. But but there will always be a lot of details. So I'm sure we will share with you the questions. Because these interactive sessions provide two things. One, it provides you feedback. But more importantly, it also is putting out the message, because these questions arise because people don't know the answers. And so slowly through this, we're getting the answers. Money is the root of all good things. But we need to make it affordable for everybody, even for rich states. But on that note, please, may I say thank you very much. Please put a round. We're doing a photograph up here. So gentlemen, if we could just, sit down first. Oh, down there, okay. Thank you very much. That was very enlightening. Thank you very much. It's been a pleasure. Thank you. All very, very nice. Awesome. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Dr. Abani, for moderating that session. Does it not work? Can you hear me? It's not working. Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. I'd like to thank Dr. Makabani for moderating that session once again. And we'll be breaking for lunch now. For an hour, so we'll be back here at 3:40. We'll have some people to lead you to the lunch venue, which is the same as where you had breakfast this morning for those who are staying here. So we'll meet back here at 3:40.
Okay, thank you very much. It's good to know that we're still here. Please, we would like to crave your indulgence. If you know your colleagues who are not yet back in, please do help us try to reach them to let them know the session has started. Otherwise, we will still go ahead as planned on the schedule so that we also don't lose any more time. I know we've had an heavy lunch, so if you will permit me, can we all please just stand up for a minute? Thank you very much. You know, it's also not too good to sit down for too long. Can we all just stand up? Thank you very much. And please just, can your eyes all just be here? Can I have everyone look my way? Can I have everyone look my way, please? Thank you. And please, can we just stretch a bit? Thank you very much. Just stretch. Yes, yes. Now we'll be able to do DPI. Thank you very much. Please have a seat and give yourself a round of applause. Thank you. And on that note, I'd like to call on my colleague back to the stage, Zubaida Abiola. Thank you very much.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. I hope you all enjoyed your hour break and your lunch. Without further ado, I'll call upon the next presenters, Ansho Pachuri from MSc and David Nabena from NGF. They'll be presenting on DPI readiness of states, the Digital Public Infrastructure Readiness Report. So they'll be showcasing the report now. A hand for them, please.
Can we have the slide on, please? We'll be presenting one of the main reports for this work. I think I've gone through this first slide previously, concept of DPGs and DPIs. We'll probably not focus on this, but we should give some examples of what DPGs are and what DPIs are. So if you look at the presentation isn't very clear, but there are some examples of DPGs, like your district health information software, that's a DPG. Open CRVS for civil registration, that's also a GPG. And you have the modular open source identity platform, MOSIP. They do a lot of work around digital identity. I think they're working in Nigeria as well. For DPIs, we know that we're familiar with that already with the last panel that came into the room, the federal agencies, IDs, payment, and exchange platforms. So back to our presentation, we have 4 sections. I'll take the first session, focusing more around the snapshot of what we documented, and my colleague Anshu will present the design and the results. So for Nigeria, our ID system is quite an old system. We didn't actually start with NIMC. Since 1978, there's been a lot of work around national ID cards called the DNCR in 1978. Between 1978 and 2006, I think that was the first stage of reforms for IDs, and those are the times where the initial steps around identifying Nigerians started. NIMC took operation, followed between 2006 and 2013. We had the NIMC Act passed for identity. We also had NITDA Act for ICT regulation, and we had NIMC for operational with ID database mandate. So that was when they also got the mandate to build a national ID system. On the payment side, BVN management between 2014 and 2015, management started in collaboration between the CBN and NIBS. NIBS was on the platform earlier. We also had other reforms around the time, around TSA implementation. By 2020, ICT infrastructure began to enhance DPI. So we had the National Broadband Plan, we had the Digital Economy Policy 2020 to 2030. We also had the World Bank ID4D project approved for Nigeria. So development partners also started doing some work in the space as well. By 2023, just 2 years ago, we had NDPA. NDPA was in the room earlier. We also had the National Data Repository for Health, where we have about 1.2 registered patients for HIV being treated. That's the closest platform for data exchange that we have in the country. Over the time, we've moved positively on financial inclusion, 64% as at 2023. So there are still some variations from state to state, but on average, financial inclusion improved. E-payments crossed 3 quadrillion naira by 2025, and NIMSI pilots mobile contactless payments as well. So it's been a whole long journey. So what are the barriers to DPIs from our study? One is digital divide, which we talked about earlier. So on one side, you have access to internet. On the other side, you have the rural areas where we use USSDs and POS. But obviously, we know that there's a cost to digitalization, not just for the government, but for citizens who have to pay for it. So whether it means subscribing to internet or it means buying the device you need to connect, that's a digital divide based on income, based on your location as well. There's also cybersecurity risk, and Nigeria has been identified to record a significant loss from cybersecurity, on average $500 million, all right? And if we look at the ranking globally, we rank around 5th in terms of cyber threats. So that's affecting trust, right? For data exchange, that's where, like I mentioned earlier, one of the biggest challenge, weak data exchange. States lack cross-sector data systems. So you see lots of systems in place, but not connected. So we talked about databases versus registries earlier. Manual processes for digital transactions and even onboarding, like we mentioned earlier. We've talked about fragmented identity systems already. We have NIN, we have state residential IDs, we have TIN, we have other ID systems, social insurance IDs. Some of them aren't connected. How do we ensure that we can share that information and perhaps have one source so that once you have an ID, you can use that to register for other sector DPIs? But multiple IDs, they cause delays, fraud, trust issues. Duplicative investments, not just for users, now for the government as well. When you have multiple agencies developing their ID systems, they have to pay for new subscription. But if sometimes, well, I was discussing with a colleague earlier, if you have an information highway, the Ministry of IT or Ministry of ICT or the agency driving digital transformation, you might already have the technology to provide data to another MDA, and they might not need to invest. So you can reduce your costs significantly. And I think Lagos has recorded significant grounds around that. We were discussing earlier during a tea break. Low state level maturity is, of course, one of the challenges that the report would show. So in terms of the study design, our objectives were twofold, all right? One was to understand the DPI maturity level of states and their capacity to adopt and integrate DPIs in the delivery of public services. That's objective number one. The second was to provide evidence-based insights. So in terms of the design of your digital transformation strategy, this report provides you with those insights to develop your own framework suited to your maturity level. And of course, the final one, which is an outcome, the report also details extensive roadmaps based on where you are and even specific to your state that you can use to tailor. So for every state, you can see a state-by-state roadmap on how you can implement DPIs. I had gone through this slide earlier, so I'll try not to dwell on it. But for those who were not part of it, these were the stages that we took for the report. Secondary research, looking at all of the policies, all of the data available, interviews. We developed a DPI tool that we administered to states in January. So it took between January to April 2025 when we collected all of the information. We analyzed that data. We categorized states based on their maturity level, identified gaps and obviously develop the roadmaps. All of that is detailed in the report. This provides a snapshot of the indicators we used. So for the DPI work, which is what we're launching today, tomorrow we'll also have the Intelligence Revenue Authority one. For the DPI one, we have 3 pillars. One, enabling environment, building blocks, and delivery of public services. Typically, DPI looks at just the ID system, payment, and exchange, but we wanted to also look at the foundational capabilities of the state. So we're looking at the government's own role in building an ecosystem, looking at policy, skills, and ICT infrastructure, and how that connects to users. So while there are certain elements that are focused on the government's role in enabling environment, and of course, we know the building blocks already, we also looked at delivery of public services. So our platforms available and initiatives carried out in specific sectors like agriculture, health, social protection, education, and land administration. So overall, we have about 3 pillars, 8 sub-pillars, and 27 indicators. And how did we ensure that the data that we use are as accurate as possible? So we had a verification protocol for that. First of all, the tools completed by the states have to be reviewed and approved by a senior official. So either the commissioner or the head of the agency. When states submit their tools to us, the reports to us, we also carry out an independent check. Independent check, 5 to 10% of states. But for states who rank at the top, we actually did visit your sites. We did extensive checks. And for most of the cases, we also called to verify and provide evidence. In some cases, states were given the opportunity to also upload documents, share documents with us for us to see. We did an initial screening, the team comprising of NGF and MSC. We screened state responses for completeness, but we also followed up and we did verification using secondary data available. In terms of digitalization, I think most of the data would be online, except in some cases where we're looking at security data, data privacy, and in some cases where you need to log onto a portal. I think one of my colleagues actually logged on and registered to assess the portal to see if it was functional. So we did all of those tests. We also had the clarification and follow-up. So we did clarification exercises, we worked with the states, and we nominated technical officers of the agency. This slide looks at the limitations of the study. So while we did have these quality measures, we would obviously acknowledge some limitations. One, it was a self-assessment, right? So states were assessing themselves, even though we still had these checks at the background. So there's a risk of a reporting bias. Second one, the understanding of DPI. So if a state doesn't understand DPI, the way they complete the tools might affect their own responses and even the level of accuracy they put in answering those questions. The third one, discrepancy in terms of responses. So for some states, we had to call back and they had to modify their responses because they did not understand the question. Because obviously, DPI is a new state, and we had 3 states actually that did not participate in this survey. So out of the 37, including FCT, so 37 and FCT, we had 3 states that did not participate in this survey. But in terms of the methodology, I'll say states use different channels also. Some send by email, and some also could not send some data, especially around data security. So in some cases, we had to refer to federal data that's available. In some states, in some cases, we also had to check ourselves online, where there were issues around data privacy and the state's unwillingness to share some information. I think this is the final slide before I hand over to Anshu. Anshu, maybe you can take it from here.
Thanks a lot, David. So first of all, many thanks to NGF and David to you for getting me here. It's all very exciting to be back in Nigeria, and especially in this nice weather in Abuja. Saving 45 plus degrees where I come from, that is Delhi. So really grateful for that. So starting with the study and the weightages. So weightages for this study for the three pillars that David was highlighting. So we had a long deliberations both internally within the team with NGF and various experts to decide the weightages. And based on various discussions, we thought that we want to give almost 30% weightages to the enabling environment because that is the foundation of the DPI. 35% to the building blocks, which is all about the ID, payments, and data sharing, and most importantly, 35% to the delivery of public services. The reason was very simple: that if you just have a policy that is not getting implemented, then what's the use of that policy? If you have an ID and you are not using that ID to provide a public service, then what is the use of that ID? So we have taken a very practical lens to DPI, that you do not have just the nice strategies published on the website, but what is the actual status when it comes to the implementation. And then we have also looked at various other global DPI indices that are there by UNDP, by World Bank, and also to take the Nigeria specific context into account, where the focus is on the action, not just on the words to precisely. Then we have this weightages, and then these weightages have multiple sub-pillars and sub-indicators, and we have used a weighted average methodology to come at the final score. So I will not go into much detail about it, but if I talk about how we have classified, so based on this framework, we have classified the states in three maturity levels. So one is low, medium, and high, and these are more indicative categories, because there could be some overlap, because we were dealing with 34 states, and as David was also highlighted, there are a lot of limitations about reporting of data verification, and also understanding of DPI. So if I talk about the low maturity states first, what we found out that the most common kind of qualities that or attributes that we saw in this category, that policies are either under draft or are yet to be implemented. So that means that there's anyways a lot of action is going on when it comes to creating a data strategy or creating a digital economy policy, but it's still the drafting hasn't been reached there. If the ICT skills remains low, and there are inadequate training initiatives for the MDA staff. The third thing is the coverage of NIN also remains low, because as David was mentioning in the morning, there's a wide variation in the states in terms of NIN coverage. The ICT infrastructure also remains underdeveloped, and data sharing initiative, which is the biggest the bottleneck when it comes to DPI, also is almost non-existent. And lastly, the delivery of public services also remains in the nascent stage, which is not a surprise, because if the NIN coverage is low, if the policies are not implemented yet, so definitely using the DPI for delivering public services also remains on the lower side. If we talk about the medium states, which is more around execution, the policies are in place and they have some active implementation, but not all the policies are implemented actively. The digital skills and ICT infrastructure is growing. There's a moderate adoption of NIN among the population, and there are some use of authentication modalities. So let's be very clear that why we are focusing on national digital ID at this stage, because the idea of a digital identity is not just about its digital attributes, but also how we are using it for providing services digitally. So if you are not using a digital ID for digital enablement or for services, then what's the use of that ID in the first place? Now the payment systems and data sharing systems are present, but the scale up potential remains extremely high. So what we have seen in many states is that there are partial integration of payment systems which are with the MDAs, but not all MDAs are using the payment systems. So that has been a common attribute. And again, because of all of this, the implementation or the use of DPI for delivering public services remains limited. So which is why we are saying that from low, you build a strong foundation, then you move to the execution, and the states which are at the high maturity, so there we are seeing a more robust and scalable ICT infrastructure. For example, what is the status of data centers, how you are managing, various services in the data. There's a good NIN coverage with advanced authentication, because as I said, authentication is the main utility of NIN. It's not just the digital identity. There's a mature payment system and data sharing systems across MDAs. There's implementation of, as I said, delivery of public services and use of sectoral functional IDs that we have seen in various sectors. And in the high maturity states, I would say, are the ones who are going to focus more on the scale up. So from foundation, we move to execution, we move to scale up. And lastly, as I was said in the very beginning, that this is more of a indicative classification that we have for the states, because this is the first time a such exercise globally has been done where a DPI assessment or at a sub-national level is looked into. So I will congratulate all of you for being a part of it and making this happen. Okay, so here the most interesting part, especially after lunch, so that nobody asks too many tough questions. Okay, so starting with the main findings. So what we found is, as you saw, that we have three key pillars. So starting with the first one, which is the enabling environment. So what we have found is that the first insight is the implementation and compliance with the national policy. So whether it is about cyber security, whether it is about interoperability framework, whether it is about national data strategy, and specifically about Data Protection Act, that remains a critical challenge. In our self-assessment, and again I will congratulate all of you for being more honest in the response, that almost 50% states highlighted challenge in complying with Data Protection Act 2023, and I think this is an important insight that needs to be looked into very carefully. So what kind of capacity building programs and other support should be given to states to comply with Data Protection Act? The states are also facing some kind of constraints in aligning with the existing policies with DPI principles and approach. Now, what do I mean about that? So, I've also always said this, when I was here in January, that Nigeria has a very, very strong foundation when it comes to DPI. You started national ID program when countries knew nothing about national digital ID. You have one of the very solid payment systems. But what it also means is that there is a need to refresh the existing programs and policies and look it from the DPI principles. So when I say, it means that there should not be a siloed approach. The component has to be reusable, scalable, and cost effective, and also private sector integration and innovation is the critical part. So what we have seen is that there is a strong need for compliance or relooking at many of these existing initiatives and policies from a DPI lens. The third insight, and I think again, which I would like to congratulate all of you once again, that every state has a dedicated agency responsible for ICT initiatives. Now, this may look like it is just an institutional mechanism, but it is much more than that. What does it mean? That all of you have already an enabler, and I would say a strong enabler with you already, and many of you are here in this room, who can drive a lot of these DPI initiatives. So I think you have already crossed half the hurdle by having one agency or a department responsible for driving DPI initiatives across the state. The another interesting finding was that almost 2/3 states said there is an adequate availability of digital skills within the government. And I think this is a very good finding, that it shows that the states are very confident in the digital maturity and the digital skill set that they have within their own government. But as I said, what it also means that given the new focus on the DPI, the need for a DPI approach, there might be a need for doing some more hand-holding and capacity building programs with respect to DPI. And then lastly, where I think it could be a common challenge, that availability of hosting infrastructure is a crucial element and seems a bit of a challenge. What I mean is that, do you have adequate data centers? Do you have adequate cloud storage facilities? Because if you have to scale up the public services, if you have to scale up the data initiatives, you need a hosting infrastructure. So I think some level of effort has need to go into. And I would also start by saying that though we highlight the different maturity levels that we found states in each of these pillars, they are still indicative for the reason being that David highlight a lot of limitations. So these are more forward-looking, more futuristic, action-oriented as well. And as we see in this pillar, only 2 states are in the high maturity, and majority of them are medium maturity states, which means that a lot of work has already gone into policy and digital skills and other initiatives. In terms of the building blocks, which is again about identity, the payments, and data sharing, there's a huge variation. I think we have states which have almost 30% NIN coverage, and then we have states which have 90 plus NIN coverage, and Lagos is anyways here with us. But what we also found that almost 12 states have residential IDs as well. So there's a bit of a lot of fragmentations going around IDs. But what is a bit of a challenge, and I think where I would like to draw attention from all of you, that coverage of NIN is one thing, but are you using NIN for deduplication? What I mean by this is because it's a biometrically enabled national digital ID. If you are not using NIN for deduplication, for identifying who are these fake beneficiaries who are taking the benefits, who are these people who have multiple identity cards, are people availing the same service by presenting different IDs? So unless and until you start using NIN for deduplication in your functional IDs or state IDs, you are not really reaping the whole benefit that you have with the biometrically enabled identity system. And also what it means is that the use of multi-factor authentication. So I think David mentioned about the cybersecurity risk that Nigeria face, and I think perhaps many countries in global south face many similar risks. But if we are not using the national digital ID and other functional IDs, using multi-factor authentication, which is about OTP or biometric authentication, we are still unable to create that high level of trust among the residents to scale up the use of NIN and other functional IDs. So there is a lot of work needs to be done. The third insight, again, this is a more exciting one, that many states actually have integrated by NIBSS and Remita, but the challenge remains that not all MDAs are integrated. So of course in states we have a very huge variation where 20% MDAs, 40% MDAs, 60% MDAs are integrated, but again not all of them. And many states unfortunately are still using manual processes. So I think this has to be looked in very urgently and more seriously, that how we can remove these manual processes, because manual processes, as we know, are susceptible to fraud. They can also create a lot of big paper trail that is difficult to reconcile. So that is another important area to have a look. Then sector health initiatives have a wide variation. Again, health, as we know that Nigeria is known for its national data repository on health. You implemented this many years ago, so that health data initiatives are very well known. Same goes with education. I know there are states who are already implementing education verifiable credentials for the verification of academic records. But apart from these two sectors, and I think this is a kind of a development life cycle as well, that health and education get a large amount of focus, but not the other sectors which have a very strong potential. So for example, we heard about from Galaxy, and it's a very welcome move that Nigeria is now building a cross-sectoral national data exchange. But what about data exchange in agriculture? I think this is where I think a lot of potential, especially for countries in global south, is important to have a look. And because of this, we found only one state in the high maturity states. Again, majority of the states were in medium maturity, but many of states we found in low maturity as well. So the low coverage of NIN, low use of NIN for deduplication, low usage or integration of payment systems, and lack of sectoral data initiatives is driving this assessment. And the last pillar, which is the delivery of public services, this is where I think we are seeing a more encouraging picture, because states have been delivering public services digitally through past many years. But I think the biggest takeaway or the challenge that I would like to highlight is that we still are not doing what we should be doing in implementing interoperable electronic registries. And I would emphasize on this point again, because if we do not invest or put strong efforts in building interoperable electronic registries, it would be very costly and difficult and time consuming to deliver public services online. I appreciate that the states are doing some fantastic work when it comes to digitization, but still I feel that this is an area which needs a strong impetus if we have to increase the pace of delivering of public services online. Many states are also developing their own biometric-enabled ID system for specific purpose. I think this is a very interesting, encouraging example of health insurance, where states are using functional IDs for delivering health insurance benefits. Almost 10 plus states are doing this in Nigeria, and this is something to be really proud of, because not many countries have that kind of success. So I will congratulate all of you once again for taking that strong initiative. There are many states who have taken a step further, digitizing the patient records, implementing the education verifiable credentials, which for verifying the academic records. And then lastly, I think the land perhaps is the favorite subject of any state governments, and which is why it's no surprise that actually more than 2/3 of the states have taken DPI or digital initiatives in land administration, followed by health, education. But unfortunately, the DPI initiatives, or broadly digital transformation initiatives in social protection and most importantly agriculture, remains low. So I think there is a need for a very strong focus, or perhaps a relook at a new strategy, that how you can implement DPI initiatives or broader digital transformation initiatives in agriculture. My colleague Ritesh will talk about it tomorrow in different session as well. And which is why I said we have 6 states which in the high maturity state, 17 in medium, and perhaps only 11 in the low maturity. So with this, combining all of these 3 pillars together, we have found that only 2 states we could classify in the high maturity. Majority of the states lie in the medium maturity stage, which is a very encouraging development, which means that a lot of work has already been done. What it also means is that some states are doing some fantastic work when it comes to policy, but are lagging on cybersecurity aspects. Some states are doing fantastic work when it comes to sectoral DPI initiative, but are lagging in some behind. So what we have done is that we have tried not to adopt a very narrow definition of DPI, which David also pointed out earlier. We are taking it from a holistic view, so that we know that there's some states which are very good in some, but they still are facing some difficulties in some areas. So again, as I said, that this is an indicative assessment given the limitations that we had, and the idea is not to give a very absolute assessment, but focus more on the roadmap and recommendations and identify the challenges that needs to be addressed to make Nigeria a true DPI Nigeria going forward. So with that, I would like to start with a couple of recommendations that we have highlighted for the roadmap for the Nigerian states. So before coming to the roadmap, it's important to understand what we are truly trying to achieve. So for example, I think all of you over the past couple of years would have heard about DPI. Okay, what is DPI? We have found it. But what do we actually want to achieve? Because if we do not know what we actually are trying to achieve, what exactly we are working towards. So for example, okay, I can increase the coverage of NIN, I can implement data sharing systems, I can also focus on improving my digital skills, but what exactly I am after? So I think what we have tried here is to define what does an ideal DPI state means, and that is is something that we can also happy to work with all of you to define this further, but based on our research and working and consultations, what how we are defining the ideal DPI state is again by 3 pillars, which is enabling environment, building blocks, delivery of public services. So if I talk about the enabling environment, it simply means that we are talking about the design and implementation of policy and regulatory mechanisms that enable the adoption of DPI approach. We are also talking about the digital transformation capacity within MDAs. So we are talking about scalable, interoperable, secure, and privacy-preserving ICT infrastructure, and also supported by universal high-speed connectivity. And this is again where I would like to take a moment that connectivity is an area where again some more initiative needs to be taken, especially by the states, because the fantastic thing about Nigeria is that you have very, very high 3G and 4G coverage, all 80+% 4G coverage, which is no joke by any standard. But if people are not using that coverage to access services, if they are not using it to use the internet, then I think some more work needs to be done. Again, on the building blocks, what we mean is that we should focus on access, but also on the sustained use of NIN and other functional IDs. And I will again emphasize on the term sustained use, because as I said, access is one problem. But if you have people who have access to ID but they are not using it, then again the adoption and the usage will be low, and it will be difficult to justify these large investments in DPI, and lot of the poor people will be left behind the curve. The availability of updated integrated electronic registries, and of course the integration of all the fundamental pillars of DPI, which is payment systems, ID, and data sharing. And lastly, on the delivery of public services, the delivery of public services through various digital mode, availability of multimodal grievance redressal mechanism again is very, very important. And lastly, the presence of DPI solutions in various sectors. So this is how we define ideal DPI state that we are trying to achieve. And keeping this goal post in mind, we have tried to come up with a roadmap for all the three maturity states that we have found during the assessment. So if I talk about the roadmap for the low maturity states, so given that they are working, towards building a strong foundation, so we want to advise a three-stage roadmap. So the first stage is building a strong foundation, which starts with building the state DPI policies to the dedicated agency which you already have, aligned with national frameworks like Interoperability Framework and Data Protection Act, because you have a very a solid national interoperability framework which can be used for data sharing readily. The Data Protection Act again is very important. Do a quick assessment of the digital skills that you have and see what kind of gaps remains there. Conduct regular training on DPI, focus on connectivity, digitize the payments, especially around G2P, vendors, and onboard MDAs, and complete the digitization of all the government databases and registry. Because if we do not do that, we still are lagging behind, because you will see that some sectors are very mature when it comes to DPI, while other sectors continue to be laggards. Once you build a strong foundation, then you focus on driving the implementation and integration. So what does it mean? That training the government staff and other stakeholders on advanced DPI topics and track the performance, what is happening. Are they really have understood all the concepts? Are they really equipped to drive these initiatives? Achieve 80+% NIN in coverage. So I think many states have done that, but there's a lot more way to go. A scale up of ICT infrastructure, as I said, because if you do not have a scalable ICT infrastructure, especially around data centers and storage, then again the delivery of public services or data sharing initiative becomes a critical challenge. Enable NIN-based authentication at least in 3 services. Now we understand that it is not easy to integrate NIN-based authentication in all the public services at a single go. So which is why we are advising a more phased approach, that you start with NIN-based authentication for just 3 services, roll out digital payments in 50% MDA. So what it means is, it's true that almost all the states have some coverage of MDA's integration with the payment system, but at least try to make it half, so that you can scale it up very quickly and remove all the inefficiencies. Launch the G2D data exchange platforms and do a pilot. So again, data sharing platform, as we all know, it cannot be just launched in just a matter of weeks. There's a long journey. We heard from Galaxy, I think, the exciting journey that they are taking for Nigeria. So similarly, states can also take their own data sharing journey, start with the design and the pilot, and at least try to bring 30% services online. So that it looks like a more incremental approach. And then lastly, which is all around scale up and innovation, which is to take all of these initiatives to more universal coverage, and also use real-time dashboards. So I think dashboards, as I know, is a favorite topic of ICT people. We all understand Tableau, Power BI, but what about using some of these initiatives and ideas for tracking the performance? So for tracking how many state MDAs are integrated with payment systems, what is the state of data sharing initiative, how much NIN-based authentication is getting used, and this will help us to achieve that ideal DPI state. So coming with the medium maturity state, because they already are at an execution phase, so we propose a two-phased approach for the medium maturity state. So the first phase is about driving implementation and integration, which again starts with training the MDAs on advanced DPI topics, scale up of hosting infrastructure. Again, the third point again is very important, linking the functional IDs with NIN for deduplication. So as I said, that if you do not use the core feature of NIN for deduplication, you still are incurring the loss at the state exchequer, because a lot of fake beneficiaries, a lot of inefficiencies in the system still exist. Scale up the payment integration, NIN coverage, again, launch the G2G data exchange platform, and as I said, cover at least 50% public services online and adopt interoperability in 2/3 of MDAs. After completing, and we assume that, because a lot of the states are already at this stage, the phase 1 can be done quickly in a year or so, because you anyways have taken many initiatives already. The second phase, which is the last phase for this particular category, is the scale up and innovation. So again, start with the dashboards, onboard all MDAs on the data sharing platform, scale up the NIN coverage, delivery of public services, and implement the feedback loops and grievance redressal mechanisms for continuous improvement. So this is particularly important for medium maturity states, because you anyways are at a fast pace towards reaching that ideal state. So having that continuous feedback and monitoring loop, having various stakeholder discussion, and of course, NGF is organizing these wonderful peer learning events, again, are contributing to a lot of this exercise as well. And this is the last slide, which is a high maturity state. So now I would again be cautious in saying that though we have two high maturity states, but there is still a lot that needs to be done when it have to achieve an ideal DPI state. Which means that how about using AI for various action oriented dashboards and data, because we anyways have a lot of data that happens at the state level, so we can use AI to have more integrated decision making. We integrate the use of emerging tech in the MDAs, achieve 100% integration for electronic registry, payments, NIN coverage, and also support the digital incubation innovators. Because that is where the lot of use cases come in. And lastly, which I would say is promote innovation using the private sector participation. I mean, you can organize a lot of hackathons, ideathons, in partnership with various stakeholders. The idea is that for the high maturity states, because you are anyways have your foundation sorted, this is the time for you to engage with the private sector to scale up the various use cases and making the public services delivery online. It's important to understand that DPI doesn't have to be a lonely journey in the Ministry of ICT. It can be a very collaborative, exciting journey which you can work with the private sector and other stakeholders to make the scale up of various use cases. If we do not do that, we continue to struggle, with various things that we are talking about right now. So I would say that today, perhaps if we can take one takeaway from this presentation, I would say it's time to engage with the private sector, it's time to scale up the use cases, and most importantly, it's time to focus on the usage and the adoption. So with that, I will stop my presentation. Thank you.
I'm sure when Anshul got to the slides where we showed the states, I was getting the feedback and the vibe from many states. And if you're going to print this report, maybe your red ink might go down lower than the other ones, the green ink. So we'll open the session now for questions. If you have questions regarding what you've seen so far before the panel session, we're happy to answer those questions regarding the methodology, the results, some of our findings. Any questions? Mike? No questions? Should we open for panel then? Huh? Yeah? Okay.
Maybe let's save that.
Everyone is full. Okay, there are two hands up. Yeah.
Though I will be in a panel, so I hope I'm not asking myself. I was particular about the slide that shows the enabling environments. And I saw those 4 quadrants, so verticals of policy, and again, I saw enabling environment repeated there. So just want to ask for clarity. What parameters do you check under the policy and under the enabling environment? My thought is that policy, regulations are all part of enabling the environment. So are there any distinct approach you apply on this so that at least we learn together?
One is enabling environment and policy.
The slide that carries enabling environment.
Yeah.
And,
so you're talking about the policy one. This is the one, right?
No, not
okay.
this one.
No, he's talking about the results. But to get your results, these are the indicators we use. That's the question, right?
No, just trying to understand under policy, under enabling environments, what are the distinct things that differentiate those parameters? Because okay. I thought policy is part of enabling the environment.
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
So if I go back, just I understand what you're saying. Sorry. Yes, here. So if I talk about the, no, it's
here.
Yeah.
But so the last column is the aggregate, is not right. So those 3 subsectors make the final column. Yes.
Yeah.
So that is the aggregate.
Yes.
Yes. So that's why I was showing you this slide, because if you look at this slide, under enabling environment, we have 3 sub-pillars. We have policy, digital skills, and ICT infrastructure. Under policy, we have a set of indicators. Under digital skills, a set of indicators. Under ICT infrastructure, also a set of indicators. Somebody there.
Okay, do we have any other? Okay.
Thank you. So if you can just go back to the slide too.
The red one?
Whichever.
Okay.
Whichever of the 3 or 4 ones. So I think that whilst there of course are room for conversations to be had on the indicators that were used here, what I would say maybe as a means or measure of scaling up action, right, is to engage with our bosses at some different levels. That makes this an opportunity case for how you can improve your state's standing and ranking vis-a-vis revenue generation, improved economy, right? Because look, if my boss or any of our bosses, my colleagues, have a case, a compelling case why I should put 4 billion naira for fiber optics in the state, and the commensurate increase in startup proliferation, entities, SMEs, MSMEs, right? And that would then add to the IGR of the state. There's a compelling argument for my state to invest 4 billion on infrastructure. There's also the same for all the different indicators that you've put together. Because look, we have to be practical here. There are not finite resources in the states. And the priorities have to be that we have to balance what grows the state and, of course, what makes our bosses come back into their different offices. So I would think that as a follow-up, the note for our bosses in the engagement that you then have with them, maybe with us too, the commissioners, is to look at an opportunity where you put this ranking with a commensurate, maybe regression analysis of what, if you do this, it can give you X factor in terms of economic development. Thank you.
Sure. No, thanks a lot for this question and the comment. It's a very pertinent and important question. And I would say that this is perhaps why it is very important to focus on the usage and the adoption. Because I think the problem is that when we talk about DPI, we just talk about the launch this initiative, launch that initiative, publish this policy, publish this program. But what happens after that? So I think the thinking has to change. The thinking from launching to scale up and innovation has to be from the get-go. So I think that is one particular change in the mindset that has to happen, because if that doesn't happen, we'll struggle with the same questions that you are answering, that how I am going to justify if I have to invest so much money, because the advantages of any DPI initiative will only come from that scale up and innovation approach. It will not come from just a launch. So that is one. The second thing is that it's also could be more creative perhaps to focus on some early win. So for example, I'm not sure if many of you are aware that David was there at ID for Africa this year. We did a very fantastic digital ID hackathon Africa, where we asked the university students across Africa to propose the use cases. And we got some fantastic use cases. One of the use cases was to use digital ID for blood donation. I don't think many of us in this room would have thought that the ID can also be used for blood donation, for student loans, or what. So I think why not have some initiatives which are cost-effective initiatives to get a lot of ideas from the community, because which is why the importance of feedback loops is very important, because many a times the use cases or the adoption of initiatives comes from the community itself. So why not do some kind of small challenges, ideathons, to bring that positive momentum and get ideas and get a very strong partnership. So I would, and David, if you would like to, of course, add.
Just a few thoughts to add. I think our work on DPI, it didn't start as a coincidence. It started as a journey, right? Our primary stakeholders were the revenue authorities. And the focus then was how can we build digital or digitalization within the revenue authority. Because in 2020, we conducted a study which showed, when we looked at the 3-month period where there was a lockdown in Nigeria, we saw a 40% decline in taxes for all states within those 3 months, because digitalization was the only way to collect taxes. We still depend on contact-intensive taxes. So that was one of the motivations driving this work. So our work really to build intelligent revenue authorities was what shapes this agenda, to say that you can't actually transform the revenue authority without transforming the state. It has to be a statewide digital transformation journey. And that was really part of what drove this work that we're doing. And from what Anshul also mentioned, the application is not just for revenue authority or for taxation. It could be for health, land administration. Tomorrow we'll have a presentation on agriculture. You need DPI to build, you can build an agri stack where you have the IDs of farmers and you can use that to distribute inputs. So if agric is the big thing for the governor, you can make a case for that. If education is the big priority for the governor, you can make a case. There are stacks, there are sector stacks that you can use all of this work for. So the application of this is really, really widespread. It's just for us to have that opportunity. And we've been doing this with the revenue authorities. Many of them know about our work over the last couple of years. Digitalization is also an intangible area. The only way you can make it tangible and resonate with the governor is when you link it to the sectors and the user experience of citizens.
Can we take one more question?
Yeah, one more then.
Okay, thank you. Ordinarily, I was just keeping quiet, but until I now saw the very last column talking about enabling environment. I know how that will really speak for my state. I'm happy that I'm not here alone. I am the Commissioner for Science and Technology Cross River State that drives everything ICT related. Yeah. And also I have with me here the Chairman of Internal Revenue Service Cross River State. So we're all here together to confirm and to affirm to what I want to say here. What you present on this table, to me, I feel it is not correct. I don't know how you got this, your data that you inputted here. I was quiet again until you now went to this other table that talk about how you populated ICT infrastructure. And I saw that almost all the things you put there, we have them in Cross River State. The RS chairman, he said, can tell you that when we came on board, the revenue of Cross River State had increased over 40%, right? Comparatively with the previous administration for the past 2 years. And talk about internet connectivity, almost all the MDAs are connected with internet. We have over 120 kilometer fiber optics connected around the metropolis of Cross River State. And like yesterday, I was just trying to just hear about, say, in Nnamdi Azikiwe Airport, Lagos, they don't have Wi-Fi. But when you come to Cross River, you want to Calabar, we have Cali Wi-Fi that welcomes all visitors and all this is operational. And so, talking about infrastructure, and almost all the MDAs, we have, they are now solar powered, that you can talk of constant power supply. IRS will have it, my own ministry, accountant general. And so when we talk about infrastructure, I don't see cross-river states scoring these lists not to have an enabling environment. The environment of cross-river state is well enabling. And then there's something that gave cross-river state an edge that we came first in the last Tech Expo organized by Science and Technology. We came first in that expo. That was an application that was built, Central Authentication Payment System. If you are whether iOS or you have Android phone, just go to My Cross River. We have our app, My Cross River, and you see a lot they can do without My Cross River state. This DP I'm talking about here, I just feel when you go through that our app, you see a lot that's in it. Even the ID card, the tax you can on your own evaluate your own tax. You can generate your team using our Microsoft. All our payments are online. Recently, we had this land digitization, so they can be anywhere, apply for COO and have it. So we've gone a lot high, but I feel I should let you know. But if the scoring is such that is to attract the federal government to come and work for Cross-River State, we'll say, okay, allow it be. But if it is such that it will not say that Cross-River State doesn't have an enabling environment for investors to come, I'm here to tell you that Cross-River State government has a lot. You can come and invest in Cross-River State. Thank you.
I can also answer that.
Okay, yes, please go on. Do you want me to go first?
Okay, yeah, good afternoon. Just adding to what the Honorable Commissioner has said.
Yes.
I mean, so I saw the first screen where you tabled the readiness for. So I'm seeing some states that was just scoring I. And I'm thinking that, okay, so that means one thing. They probably have all their policies in place, right? And I know that for DPI is a relatively new area. So for all these states to be that ready, and I'm thinking that we are from Lagos State, and we always feel like, okay, we are the most ready state. So yeah, I'll probably like to see what those states have actually put in place to make, to make them score that high. I mean, it will be interesting to see how they scored that high.
Sure.
Thanks.
So I'll answer the questions on the methodology, and then I request David to come in as well. So see, as David was highlighted, the data that we have used for the assessment comes from the states. And which means that what I think all the initiatives, of course, the wonderful initiatives, I would like to congratulate you for making, taking all of them. But I'm not very sure if all of those initiatives were mentioned in the questionnaire responses that were sent to us. So I think we have to go and check as well, and perhaps you can as well, that whether all of those initiatives were mentioned, because we had a bit of a challenge, unfortunately, where many good initiatives were not mentioned in the questionnaire. Many of the responses were a bit of inconsistent. We have to do a couple of follow-ups to get the responses. So I think it may be also a problem of, do we get those things in the questionnaire? We had multiple follow-ups. I think Sheena and David can also help. So I think that is one thing that I would like to highlight, that because it's a self-assessment based tool, we are not the one who have created this data. So, sorry?
Go on, I finished.
Okay. So that is one. The second point that I would like to highlight, that precisely for the same reason, we decided to do it classify in terms of categories. And I say that it is indicative, because I understand it's the first time. It's the first time that all of us are doing this exercise together, and which is why there are some issues with getting all the data on time and analyzing all of the, not analyzing, but at least getting all the right data, because many times, as I said, many good initiatives are not mentioned, or the responses are, some questions are just left blank. Now, when the questions are left blank, I do not understand how to do the assessment, because what we do is, of course, do a Google search and do some consultation, but many questions remains unanswered. There are a lot of states which left many questions just blank. We followed up, we never got any response. So there was also those inconsistencies as well. And lastly, I would say that the idea is of this assessment is more forward looking. Its idea is to do what needs to be done to achieve an ideal DPI state, which is why we define. So the idea is not for you, any of you to reach from low to high. The idea is to attain an ideal DPI state. That remains goal for even the high maturity states. So high maturity states, as I said, doesn't represent the fact that everything is ideal with them. It is not. I started by saying that policies are there, but the actual implementation varies very significantly. So there are state MDAs which are not connected with the payment systems, and also I think what we are seeing is a relative assessment as of now rather than the ideal assessment. David, if you would like to.
So we will still have a panel session, and we'll still have chances to answer questions. But just to respond to what Cross River said, I like that he closed with a joke, right? That we can shape the advocacy according to what is beneficial to the state, right? I think first, one assumption, right? Our objective is for the benefits of the state, right? This is the Nigeria Governors Forum, not the World Bank or not any other external agency. That's one. Two, and Shul already mentioned that this is based on self-assessment. However, there's one thing I think, even when we developed this methodology and we had the conversation of digitalization versus DPIs, what you're mentioning might be digitalization, not DPIs. Now, DPI is a different form. So even if you look at the weighting for the scores, right? Let me give an example. If you can register for teen automatically, you get a point, right? But if you can register using a teen that is linked with NIN, that is DPI, right? Because now you're using the digital identity platform, right? You have a single source of truth. It's different from automatically registering for teen. So that's the difference between digitalization and DPI. And for the indicators, they all have different weights, right? Different scores. If your score, if the indicator is difficult to implement, or is anchored around DPI, or it has significant impact on the users, they have greater scores, right? Versus other simple digital reforms that have lower scores. So, but in terms of, these conversations, we can have conversations after, this, we can engage further so that we will share all of our conversations. We can also get your own inputs on how to engage, whether to get federal support or to get any other support. Thank you. So we'll hand over to the panel now. Sheena, my colleague, will. Zubeida, do you want to do that? Okay. I'll hand over back to Zubeida. Thank you. Thank you, Anshu.
Thank you. Okay. Good evening once again. And we're coming to the very last session of the day. I'll be calling upon the Chief Program Officer of the NGF, Shina Ayotola, who will be moderating the final session of the day. I'll also be calling upon the panelists, Suleiman Isa, Commissioner for Communications, Technology and Digital Economy, Niger State, Dr. Prince Lawrence Eze, Honorable Commissioner, Ministry of Innovation, Science and Technology, Enugu State, Hashim, Special Advisor to the Governor of Jigawa State on ICT, and finally, Engineer Salisu Kaka, Director, Digital Economy Development Department, NITDA. So over to you, Shino. Sorry?
Okay, good evening, everyone. Please, can we just put our hands together for this amazing group of panelists that we have here. We'll try and make this session as short and as impactful as possible so that we can make a very good use of the time. We all participated in the last session, and these are states representatives going to share their experience basically on what they have, what has worked and what has not worked. I'd like to say a very warm welcome to everybody here today. So I'd like to start with Hashim. I have seen the report itself, and Jigawa State did well in some areas, especially around digital skills and literacy. So do you want to share with us the strategies and programs or partnerships that you implemented in your state that made you achieve, that high level of digital proficiency in Jigawa State? think you need to give us DPI-enabled mics. Okay, use this one.
It's on? Okay. Thank you, everyone, and I really appreciate you for having me here. Jigawa is known with technology, you know, with the infrastructure we have, you know, from the last few years, we have had the Galaxy ITT that gave birth to the Galaxy backbone. And then we have a powerful informatic institution, you know, in Jigawa. So a lot has been done and a lot has been abandoned, you know, with the political trends of stories that we have in Jigawa. You know, we have those that have passion for technology and those that doesn't. So when we came in, we have the technical advisor to the executive governor on ICT, and we have myself, and then we have Tech and Innovation SE, and then another SE on ICT. So 4 of us have known each other for a very long time. So when we came to the government, we took a kind of assessment across all the MDS that we're going to partner with, you know, to just see the gaps we have in terms of digital infrastructure and skills. We started with education, you know, so we had a couple of meetings to understand the gaps we have, you know, in terms of improving the quality of education in Jigawa. And then we realized that ICT has require a lot of funds, you know, to transform the sector. So we think about partnering with different organizations like COICA and NIDA, you know, to like have a collaborative funding in terms of giving training to teachers. So I think earlier we took like several sessions, you know, of trainings, you know, in education. So we trained 5,000 teachers on AI, you know, and collaborating with the Federal Ministry of Education as well. The Learning Passport is there and the UNICEF. So we bring all these collaborations, and then NIDA is there, you know, supporting us with funds as well. So we select different facilitators across the state and non-state actors, and bring them to Jigawa to support, you know, with various, you know, category of trainings, you know, and we have achieved that. And then in the pipeline, we have the basic, we are looking at the basic education now and the junior secondary schools. I think I and the Commissioner of Basic Education are really working hard to see that we give the we train and retrain teachers. And then we think about, okay, these gaps will be mended when the skills is adequate, you know. So we keep developing, you know, different category of sectors, and we keep bringing more facilitators to like support Jigawa State with a variety of skills, and I think we are good with that. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. Round of applause for him, please. Thank you very much for that. So I'll just like to ask Dr. Prince Lawrence, as the Honorable Commissioner, Ministry of Innovation, Science and Tech, Enugu State, to also please respond to that question in terms of what strategy or strategies did you, you know, implement to achieve, you know, that high level of digital skills proficiency in Enugu State?
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. For Enugu State, it's been a very wonderful journey for us, especially since this administration came on board. So, what we did, first of all, from the education aspect, we looked at the form of education that we have had all along, and we saw that it wasn't really giving out the results that we needed. So what did we do? Our governor came up with an idea where we are now working very hard to migrate from the conventional analog educational system that we have been enjoying along into the smart school education, which comes along with the experiential learning. All right? Now, Enugu State is no longer news that Enugu State, not just building, is almost completed about 260 smart schools across the whole state, which cuts across all the wards. But the good news here is that over 80% of these schools are going to go into full stream, academic work from September this year. And to get that done, we cannot just do away with the teachers that we already had on board, who had been used to using the chalk to write on the boards and all that. Now they are now going to be working with the smart boards and all that stuff. So what we did was to get all of them together and look at, the bulk of them that we can be able to scale up, have proper training. So we have been on intensive training. In fact, as at last week, we have completed the training of about 18,000 teachers, on digital literacy. And with what we have done, we may not be employing as much as we intended to employ. Why? Because we discovered that, yes, what these people just needed was just that exposure, that proper training, and we have given them that. And today, we are quite very hopeful that they are going to give us the result that we needed. And of course, in as much as, yes, they're going to be providing some of the basic aspects of this digital trainings to our children in school, because in our smart school now, what we did is to have the basic 1, 2, 3, we have the primary 1 to 6, we have the JS 1 to 3 under one roof. So it's no longer the conventional education where the secondary school is completely JS 1 to 3, no, JS 1 to SS3. No, only SS3 is no longer included under that roof. So in getting this done, we're teaching them from both cybersecurity, machine learning, everything you can think of. We started now to give it to them from the cradle. So education in Enugu now is no longer just theoretical. It is about 30% theory and 70% practical. So that's what we are doing in Enugu now. So we now see that our young people are beginning to build some things that can actually, when scaled up, will give us the result that the state government is looking at. Thank you so much.
Interesting. Thank you very much. A round of applause for him, please. So I'll just go to Honorable Suleiman Issa. Niger State is known for, Your Excellency is popularly referred to as the farmer governor, and it was quite interesting when we looked at your report, and we saw that you had really done very well around security and interoperability, and then the inclusivity of your payment systems. Were there specific initiatives around, onboarding the unbanked and underserved populations? And do you just want to share with us what worked with respect to that?
Okay, thank you very much. Before I answer your question, let me apologize to everybody. This is a peer review session. I'm not going to whitewash. So, in fact, I wish that assessment we got all read so that we can start building from the ground up. And secondly, thank God Nidda is here. I wish Galaxy hasn't left and NIMSI. The cooperation from the federal government has been zero for subnationals. So that's a major challenge. Issue of payment systems. Fortunately, I came from revenue and moved into IT administration now. So what we discovered was building the central billing system of our revenue system was challenging. It was a project I had started when I was with the state IRS before continuing as commissioner. So we had a lot of lessons to learn. And then we now discovered, at first it was POS adoption. Unfortunately, our people now, civil service, they always find their way. So before you know it, civil servants were going to collect POS terminals from banks tied to their ministry or MDA's expense account instead of the consolidated revenue account.
So even if you pay with a POS terminal, what shows there is, for example, motor vehicle licensing authority, but it is not a collection authority. So those were some of the challenges we discovered that we now had to go back, and now we are building a wallet system. So we're using healthcare as our pilot platform. So anybody that registers for any secondary health facility in the state, you have only one hospital card. So you can use it to access your records in every general hospital. So your card comes with a wallet. So if your wife is pregnant today, you can decide to start saving 10,000 every month. Then when it's time for delivery and antenatal, it's deducted from that wallet. That way, no head of MDA can do his own wallet system. So it's one. So we're basically building a payment platform unique to the state. That's one of the major things we're doing. Then the other adoption, of course, USSD and the rest in terms of revenue and other collections. So part of what helped us again is the consolidated revenue law, because by that law, all government collections must be done by the state IRS, not by the MDA. So we identified key social services, education, transport, and health. Those ones get T+0 settlement. So if you go to the hospital and you expend 100 naira, 100 naira is paid to the IRS, and that 100 naira leaves instantly from the IRS to that hospital. If you buy a bus ticket, it's the same thing. You pay school fees, PTA levy or anything, it's the same thing. So that has helped adoption from those sides.
Thank you very much. A round of applause for him, please. That's amazing. Nita is here, like you. I mean, I wish the other federal agencies were here. I mean, we all know that there's usually that gap that exists between the federal and subnational. Nita, however, plays a critical role, right, in shaping Nigeria's digital public infrastructure. Now, how Engineer Kaka, how do you think subnationals can take advantage, of NITA's initiative to better align? What are the low-hanging fruits that you can think people in this room and those watching online, especially from the subnationals, decision makers, what can they quickly take advantage of from NITA's end?
Thank you very much, and pardon me or allow me to quickly respond to Niger State. I'm not contesting what he said, but truly the collaborations with the subnational is at zero level. I think that's contestable. Particular Niger State, if you can remember the former Commissioner of Science and Tech, Professor Baba Aliyu, please kindly reach out to him. He'll be able to give you the details of how deep we collaborate with Niger State in particular. And I can vividly remember our central to the development and establishment of the National Center of Blockchain Center of Excellence in the University, MENA, FUT MENA. This is just one of the classical collaboration we have had. So I think we have that collaboration. It's relative actually to perhaps maybe those that are there, but I know we have that deep relationship. Coming to the questions, I'm happy when I saw the report of that research analysis, though contested by so many, which I also share that thought when I saw that unfortunately or fortunately my state couldn't score any of this green color in the analysis. I'm from Kaduna State and I can see that no single green color, all right throughout. And I also share my thought with the Cross River. We did a lot of digitalizations, and of course, I think also the reviewer was right that there is difference between digitalizations and DPI. But what is common or what is there is that the digitalization lays the foundation for DPI solutions if they are done with these 4 principles which I mentioned in the morning: ability to scale, ability to integrate, ability to put that technology and apply it in other sectors with little tweaking. So I think if we can get the digitalization right, you're almost halfway of being DPI enabled. So I can guarantee all the states that are there, red, green, blue, or whichever, I think we're almost at 50% level of that digitalization. And it's understandable. We are at different level of maturity in terms of those elements, particularly for digitalization to run smoothly, to get a DPI-enabled environment, the infrastructure components, the policy components, the skills and literacy components, and of course the collaboration components have to be mainstream. So the outlook here, I will say that relative to the maturity level of these states, according to these 4 verticals that I mentioned, it will determine on the mode of collaboration. That's one of the interesting aspects of it. So as a central government, or as NIDA be the regulator of the sector, I would recommend that we don't approach these things with one carpet approach to all the states. Each state needs to be addressed or approached with its own requirement, its own situation, so that at least to contextualize the situations and see where are they along these 3, 4, or 4 of these verticals. And interestingly, also what I said in the morning was that from the national policy down to the ministerial agenda up to the strategic roadmap and action plan of NIDA, these critical elements are clearly mentioned out. STRAPS document being used by NIDA to implement this digital transformation has 4 pillars. Critical among these 4 pillars, we have pillar number 1, which is skills. Skills is important, skills is necessary for us to see that at least we provided the necessary services and also the consumers drive and enjoy these services. Another pillar which is important is access to this digital infrastructure and e-services, because it's all about providing e-services in a controlled environment. Another pillar which is important is security and privacy. We have it also clearly spelled out, pillar number 6 in particular. Another pillar is innovations, because we have to innovate before we can come out with the solution that can meet our pain point. Each state has its own requirement, each state has its own pain point. Niger State is doing very well in agriculture. So their own plaque initiative will be around perhaps agriculture. How can they be innovative to ensure that at least they champion agricultural practices? In another state may be different. Indigo, for example, goods and rich in mineral resources, for example, they will see how do we improve our industrialization. So what are DPI-enabled services we can bring out? So each state is going to be treated according to their own requirement. And another thing is collaboration, which is very critical, which is very important, because we can't be an island in our own self. So we need to collaborate. So we need to work together. So that's why the governments at the federal, the Ministry of Communication particularly, issue these 2 regulatory instruments, which is designed to be flexible and rich enough to allow this flexibility of customization and adaptation of this regulatory instrument. It has been mentioned by so many of the panelists here, the need to domesticate, the need to adopt, so we need to customization. So at national level, we need to reference these frameworks so that at least as states are coming up with their own policy and regulatory environment, they try to reflect and connect with what happens in the nation at the national level, so that the journey will be moving along the same path, so that we have one common target, moving toward one common infrastructure, one common platforms, if possible, one common regulations with respect to mandate and requirement of each of the entities. So the national framework is issued out, and it will be a good reference for states to copy and see how can we domesticate and adopt this thing. And we can only do that if we read through and understand what is there for me in that national framework. How can I come up my own state framework so that at least I move along with the nation? As Katana says is doing, as Enugu is doing, as Bayelsa is doing, we are likely at targeting one particular, but with different approach, different perspective, because we are guided with one common national agenda. Then the exchange, which we said is one of the things that that stand out as something that we need to step off the game and ensure that we have the right provision. So Galaxy made mention of them trying to come up with the national platforms to just harmonize or accommodate, coordinate access or sharing of this information seamlessly. Data centers will be existing, so that ownership, that control will still remain, but how can cross-border, cross-platform or data information moves from one platform to the other, from one state to the other, without violating the business and mandate requirement of those entities? So we need to have that. So we need to have a technical standard that's cut across. So the technical standard issued by NIDA is designed to promote open standard, to promote interoperability using open API, so that customization can be done. People can design their building blocks, can design their digital public good to reflect their own requirement, but at the same time connecting with the national, so that porting these transfer of knowledge, transfer of experience from one state to the other would be easy, so that connection would be seamless.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. A round of applause for Engineer Kaka for that. Response. So Hashim, I'll just come back to you with respect to your, what are your next, priorities for DPI development in Jigawa State, and what obstacles do you foresee? We had a conversation earlier on around some of these things. So if you want to share, what's your, what do you want to look at next for DPI, and what do you think would be like a challenge in implementing some of these things?
First of all, we think about the different technology and solutions we are deploying to all these the sectors we have. We have the e-justice and case management system, for example, that is giving us statistics around the case performance and all these indices, and all this data of cases from various courts. When we talk about the G-Compete, that is a solution for education, and then close the attendance gap, and then skilling and upskilling of teachers. We want to make sure that, I've been saying that in the council, in Jigawa State, that we don't want to identify things like as human beings, as animals, as houses. We want data to define those things, So, and then in the future, we're thinking about creating solution using data in such a way that our one API will coordinate all the data coming from maybe Ministry of Land, Education, and all this cluster of them coming, representing different category of things, and etc. So we are aware that we have a small number of people that would support us to achieve this. So we thought about collaborating with other, organizations like all leveraging on the IDEAS program, to bring more digitally skilled youths that will fill in those spaces. And then we also create, like, I think last week, I myself design a tech up skill for young children, So all these solutions we are creating in various MDAs, cannot be, driven by few individuals. We have to make sure that we train and train and train, so that those gaps will be filled in, and then the solutions will bring maximum impact.
Okay, thank you very much, Hashim. Honorable Commissioner Enugu State, I'd like to ask you the same question also. What are your next priorities for DPI development, and what obstacles do you foresee in achieving them?
Thank you very much. As at late last year, we adopted zero right-of-way. Immediately that is done, we were able to now facilitate the visit of the Honorable Minister for Communications, Innovation and Digital Economy to the state. And we had a very strong ties with him, and a whole lot of collaborations were reached. So we are extending fiber optics to the 17 local government headquarters that we have in the state. And we believe that once it hits the state capital, of course, when it's getting to local government capital headquarters, it would have cut across so many other villages and towns and all that. So those people are already covered as well. So with that, you can see that we're not deepening the digital infrastructure to the rural areas and making people, be brought, on board. Yeah, exactly. So now, in addition to that also, if you check, this year, we had our first median edition of the Enugu Tech Festival. What we actually wanted to do with that, which we achieved, was to increase the visibility of Enugu State, to the digital global community, so that they can be able to understand the level to which there is this yearning, okay, of digital literacy in Enugu State, of which we're able to capture over 28,000 participants just in 3-day event. So, and it's now a yearly event, and next year's event we believe is going to record more numbers, okay, and with that, we are now beginning to receive a lot of offers. We have organizations from Europe and so many other parts of the world who are actually coming in to help us to domesticate, okay, the training of Web3, okay, training in Web3 applications in the universities in the state. So what that means is that the Web3 that would have cost a lot of money and all that is going to be provided to most of our students in the universities at free of charge, at no cost. You understand? So it's actually moving fast for us.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, sir. Honorable Commissioner, Niger, what kind of support or resources would be the most beneficial for Niger to strengthen its policy, pillar? Are there specific policy models or legal frameworks from other states that you are currently, exploring?
When it comes to policies, from my own observation of the Nigerian government, is we have legislation and policies that are in place, but the government of the day does not honor. So that is the major challenge when it comes to policies in terms of sustainability and then change management for the general populace. So I think the major support would come from organizations like Governors Forum, because in a way, once this report is presented at Governors Forum, for example, it now becomes an issue of bragging rights. So that way, any policy document we actually take for adoption would be understood better by the person at the top, and there will be more political will. Then the other thing now is the use case for most of the policies. For example, issue of digital skilling in my state for now have suspended government expenditure in terms of skilling, because at the end of the day, you end up training somebody for 6 weeks for data analysis, and you go to cut your hair, you see him doing in the barber shop as a barber. Because most of our training policy is focused on numbers. I want to train 80,000 by December. I want to train 1 million youths, 3 million technical skills. At the end of the day, after you're done with this training, what next? Is it possible to now have a policy which says, if I train you in cybersecurity, the government must employ you? Then do we have a domestication policy, for example? All this. So the major issue is usability for ease of change management, then sustainability in terms of transition of power. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that brilliant. Can we just put our hands together for him? Engineer Kaka, what are your thoughts on institutional capacity building for subnationals? Because whether we like it or not, the federal is the big brother in the room. The subnationals are. So I mean, how is or how is NITA thinking about supporting the subnationals with capacity building, especially around things like peer learning, digital talent pipelines, or even shared infrastructure models that the subnationals can take advantage of?
You are absolutely right. States are the big brother. In fact, they are the brothers themselves. It should be the federal being the brother to the states, because the actuals is happening at the state level, because they are in the grassroots, they touch with the grassroots. And yes, I quite agree with the commissioner from Niger State that the political will to guarantee sustainability, to guarantee with a continuity of the policy initiatives, in spite of how good they are, is absolutely is really lacking there, and is hindering our progress is hindering on how we can measure how far we have gone, so that at least we identify what we got it right, what we got it wrong, so how can we retweak and accommodate and close the gaps. So that's the reality we are living with, and is something more political, and I really don't know how the best way we can reactivate it. However, at the national levels, there are good initiatives that can be of example. I'm happy when Enugu Commissioner is mentioning about the attempt to extend the fiber optic to the hinterland, so that at least to provide last mile connectivity, maybe from the fiber that drove there. I'm sure he knows that the federal government is driving the 90,000 kilometer fiber optic to support and augment what GPP is already having on ground. I'm sure also he's aware of the 3MTT Tech Talent, with the ministry is also championing, try to identify how do we have the mass skills, so that at least we own this technology by ensuring that we develop it by ourselves. And also, I don't know if they're all aware, we have the National Digital Literacy Framework, which under it we're implementing the Digital Literacy for All initiatives, which is targeting to ensure that at least we achieve 75% digital literacy by 2027, and also 95% by 2030, based on that NDES provision. So this is an initiative that I believe they already started yielding results, because as we speak, we have already signed an MOU with Ministry of Education to see how we can review the curricula of the digital literacy, so that at least we accommodate and make it mandatory, as we have compulsory courses that are being studied, whatever profession you are doing, you need to study, like, what do they call general courses. So IT is going to be made general courses regardless. Maybe if you are studying languages, Hausa, Yoruba, Igbo, whichever language, you must have an element of IT into it, so that at least we inculcate that culture into that, because cultural reorientation is necessary. It can only come through education. So those are good policy initiatives, and I will only crave the indulgence of the states to perhaps come closer, reach out, and ensure that at least we see how we can collaborate and identify this. One thing that is likely coming very soon to ensure that at least these two instruments we issue around the DPI framework and the technical standard, we are planning to organize a technical workshop sessions for all the state ARCOs, so that at least we deep dive and understand thoroughly what is provision inside these two instruments, so that at least we don't just call for adoptions. People will see what is in there for them, and on their own they will see the need for them to connect and come and develop the state version of all these instruments, so that at least what happens at the federal level can reflect at the state level, then cascade down, and we can move together in the spirit of inclusion.
Thank you very much, Engineer Salis. A round of applause for him. So we'll just take questions now from the audience. I can see a few hands up. Yeah, so we can also use the Slido Q&A app. But we have, can we get the mics, please? Thank you.
So it wasn't asked before. Let's start that way.
Yeah, let's start with Dr. Habib. Larry, his hand was first, yes.
Okay, wait. Sorry. Okay. And please, it's a 2-day event. There'll be more time to ask questions.
Thank you very much. My name is Dr. Habib Abubakar Gajam, heading the Zamfara Information Technology Development Agency. Mine is not a question, actually. It's just a follow-up on the concern that the Honorable Commissioner for Digital Economy in Niger State raised about, collaboration that is at almost zero level with the federal government. In fairness, the relevant government agencies like NIDA, NCC, and the rest of them are doing extremely well in terms of their mandates at the state level. A typical example is we had just finished a stakeholder engagement on the draft Zamfara Digital Literacy Framework last week, and we had representation from virtually all the federal parastatals that have one thing or the other to do with digital literacy. NIDA at the forefront, there was a high-level delegation. I think the Director, Digital Literacy and Capacity Building was there. Galaxy Backbone was there. NCC was there. NIGECOMSAT and the Nigeria Data Protection Commission was also there. Unfortunately, the ministry was not there. There was no representation. This was despite follow-up and reminders. So the nonchalance actually is not from the federal government agencies, it is from the ministry. And let's tell ourselves the truth. We know where the problems are. We shouldn't be, sugarcoating things. We have, a ministry that is primarily sitting down in Abuja, designing policies that affect us as states without our own involvement. When the gentleman from NIDA was talking about 90,000 kilometers, I just looked at some of my colleagues here and we just laughed because it's a joke. The National Broadband Alliance for Nigeria, NBAN, an ambitious plan that aims to lay 90,000 kilometers of fiber. Who told you that is my problem in Zamfara State? I think it's high time we begin to engage states and understand what their problems are. My problem is security, for example. How do we use technology? How do we leverage federal government support? Developing an ecosystem or technology, startups that are building solutions around technology, inbuilt homegrown solutions, so as we can have homegrown solutions to this problem. My point is, I have to commend the Nigerian Governors Forum because the ministry has never done anything like this, convening stakeholders from all the 36 states of the Federation to discuss what digital public infrastructure is, or to discuss digital literacy, or whatever. What the Nigerian Governors Forum is doing is actually what the ministry should do, to invite us to come and sit down and engage us individually, do the peer learning, learn from each other what Niger State has done so that we don't invent the wheel. And I can replicate the same in Zamfara State. But you sit down in Abuja and then we design a policy, ambitious policy, 90,000 kilometers. This policy has been mentioned all over the news in the last 2 years. Not 1 kilometer has been laid. It's high time we start telling ourselves the truth. I met the minister in Katsina at the Arewa Tech Fest. I told him that, why are you no longer picking my calls when I call you? When you wanted me to remove right-of-way charges, you were on my neck. And now I'm calling you. I told him I'm not looking for anything personal from you. Whenever I reach out to you, it has something to do with how we can collaborate with the federal government to actualize. In reality, we don't even need the federal government, what we are doing at state level. That is the truth of the matter, because if we wait for the federal government to do something for us, we wouldn't have done anything in the last 2 years. And every ICT commissioner or head of IT agency in Nigeria will agree with me that the ministry is not there to support us, and I don't see any policy making any impact if you don't involve the subnationals. Without them, you cannot go anywhere. So please, this is a message. I wish the minister and the ministry will see this and will listen to it. It is not too late. Otherwise, we continue to go, and at the end of whenever tenure it is, we sit down and review and see what have you done. You don't come back to us and just, it's not about degrees and PhDs and what have you. Thank you very much.
Yeah, so please, as you know, we have 2 constituencies in the House, right? So it's only fair to also take just one IRS, and then we'll just take the Slido for the sake of time as well, because I also want you to be well rested, right? Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'm not going to talk about the slides because I know my rating was poor. But I always see this as feedback and go back with my commissioner to see what we'll have to do differently so that we can change the narrative. Honestly, just to a little point to what the last speaker said. I sat down here and we're like, we spend so much money in this country. A typical example, you have one bank. I know Nigeria is bigger than that. You have a bank who sits in Lagos and have almost 1,000 and something branches and are able to interconnect on a daily basis. Why do we need to spend so? Each state has its own IT infrastructure. And we are struggling with NIN. Even if you want to call the NIN, it will not work. And some of these presentations, when I look at it, I even start sleeping. Because I know at the end of the day, we'll leave this room and we'll go and continue the way we've been living. Well, I don't want to say we're wasting our time here. But be as it may, the most important thing is that have we started? Or see all the red and whites. After 4 years or 8 years, you will leave this seat, another person will come. The bad journey continues. So where are we going to stop this? Taxpayers' money. The money we collect from people in the streets, and you go around and saying you were supposed to spend in infrastructure, and after 4 years, another governor comes, will change it, and use another IT, what do you call it, service provider. Why can't we get it right from the center and drive it down to the subnationals? But every year we'll come, we'll speak the grammar, sorry to use that word, and we finish and we all go. Generation upon generation with the same story. We have shifted timeline from 2020 to 2027. It will reach 2027. We'll shift it again to 2038 to 2050. All of us will die and continue. If we don't get it right now, we'll just be wasting our time for our children and children.
Please, can we appreciate the two speakers? Thank you very much. So do we have Slido? Can you put up Slido, please? Thank you. And remember, the idea is you can vote so that the question you want up there to be there. It says, what is the NGF and federal government doing to overcome the challenge? I think a lot of that has been expressed, but I would just say that on the NGF side, we are trying to engage all parties, and I think that also shows in the fact of, in what we've done today, which is just convening all of you. Even in doing this, it was also working from the ground, from the states all the way to federal, right? Because as you can hear that the president is also doing something on DPI. But however, when we're doing our study, we did start working with the states because we feel that is the way we can really know the pain points and also gravitate to the solution. That being said, we would continue to engage. We do our advocacies to the governors, but as you know, for those who don't know, it's one thing for NGF to say, sir, this is the issue and this is how to go. The governors are still going to call you. Several times I present to a governor and the next minute is calling his commissioner. Now imagine the commissioner is not on the same page with us. Then there's a problem. And this is one of those things about trying to build a consensus so that we know we are moving the same way. We also know the state is unique. And that's one of the purposes of this study. Is such that at the end of the day, we will sit together. You just talked about Zamfara. Your issues are different. Then we should be coming up with something that fits Zamfara. If it's Ekiti, we'll come to something that fits Ekiti. The priorities are different. And that's why beyond the study about what is next, because I did say a question about that, is that this will cascade to then state-specific, working with you to build what is the roadmap, what are we doing, what's your priority, how do we get there. Then we look at, okay, basically federal, what support, partner, what support, governor, what support, and then we try to see how we can get to the goal. All right, so we don't run blind. So that's one of the benefits of this, and we hope that post this event, you will also continue to show that commitment and continue to engage and work with us to get to that point. All right, so thank you. So
taking more questions, or
no, I think can you put the slide back? I don't think there's any question we left out. Okay, just IRS or ICT? What state? Sorry. Osun. Okay, sir. Thank you very much. So this will be the last, so that we can also respect everyone's time.
It's just actually a kind of contribution or a suggestion. Let me say it that way. When I saw the first session, when we had the presentation, I felt that for us to be more engaging in this kind of gathering, where I think, like you said, could help in policy formulation by the time you're meeting the governors. So most of these materials should have been forwarded to us after our registration online. All of us will have read and digested it, and when we come here, it will be thorough engagement. And that time, it will be more impactful, and then we can get better results. That's just what I want to say. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much. Please, let's appreciate him. Again, we take every feedback and we always try to improve. We would share all resources. We would have done that, but not all resources came in. Some presentations came in today. But regardless, we would get all the resources to you. And please, our doors are not shut by this event. This event is one event, but our own doors are forever open. So please reach us and we'll always have a chat with you. May I should go forward. Thank you. All right, please let's give a round of applause to the panelists and our moderators. Thank you so, so much. Oh, okay, picture, please. Matthew. Okay. Yeah, we'll take a lot of time. We're also respecting everyone's time. Yeah, we're respecting everyone's time. But that's tomorrow. Yeah. Okay, so you do the rounds up, right? Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much. I'd like to reiterate something before we close for the day. This research is supposed to be a conversation starter for all of us to engage. If you have any issues, or if there are certain areas that you would like to discuss further, or you think there are some errors or whatever, as David has said, just reach out to us. We're willing to have any conversation about this and take any feedback as well. Also, for the people that have not given their reimbursement information to the desk, please do so before you leave today. If you haven't registered today, you can also do that now. I'm not entirely sure we'll be doing another round of registrations tomorrow, and we'll begin here at 9 a.m. tomorrow. The sooner we start, the sooner we'll finish. We're aiming to be done around 3:30 tomorrow. So the sooner we start, the sooner we'll all leave here tomorrow. Dinner starts at 7 p.m. today, and for those of you who are staying here, you are all welcome to join for dinner at Wave Restaurant, where we had lunch this afternoon. So I think so we're free to disperse for today and reconvene tomorrow for day 2. Wait, hang on 1 second.
Please, we look forward to tomorrow. Tomorrow will be more packed and more interesting. I can assure you that. So come ready. We're starting early. No protocol. Straight to business. Thank you very much. We're going to send everything. We will. Thank you so much.
Register displeasure with the absence of the rest of state.